Welcome to Las Vegas, Nevada, and the South Point Hotel and Casino. It's the 35th annual Vintage and Antique Motorcycle Auction, where 2,000 of the coolest, most desirable, and legendary motorcycles on planet Earth have gathered this week. And once again, we are delighted to bring you live coverage of the Mecum Motorcycle Auction today and tomorrow on Mecum TV, on the Roku channel, and on Mecum's YouTube channel. Hi, everyone. I'm Scott Hoke. Welcome to South Point, here along with my good friend and colleague, Paul Dorleone. This is our 12th year of doing this.
Happy anniversary.
Yes, believe it or not. Paul, as you know, is an author, a columnist, a writer, photographer, and one of the foremost experts on motorcycles anywhere in the world. And this really is motorcycle mecca. I mean, collectors from all over the world have gathered here, and next weekend's big game notwithstanding, this really is their Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll be in San Francisco around Super Bowl time, but it's great to be here. This is the most extraordinary motorcycle event for vintage motorcycles in the world. 2,000 motorcycles of incredible variety, so many exciting machines coming up. We'll be talking about some of those, but it's always fun to be here, and just to look, it's like a museum where you can actually buy things.
It really is. For your information, today alone we have more than 100 Harley Davidsons coming up, but that's far from all we have. Lots of Japanese bikes, lots of British bikes. In terms of rarity, we have a 1974, 1 year only, 750 Supersport Ducati green frame, and a bike that I've never even heard of before, a 1920 Red Rupp Radial.
That's right. Incredibly rare. Very few radial engine motorcycles in the world.
Absolutely. But take us back even further in the calendar to your choice bike for today.
Yeah, I've been obsessed with this 1909 Curtiss. Of course, Glenn H. Curtiss, the father of aviation, period. The Wright brothers flew their plane from a slingshot. Glenn Curtiss flew a plane from the ground, looped it back, and landed in the same spot. He is the true father of aviation. But before that, he built motorcycles, including the first V-twin in the United States, which is what we have here today. It's an incredible, original paint condition. This bike is so rare. There's probably a half a dozen of these known in the world, and collectors go crazy for them, especially ones in this kind of original condition.
Oh, my goodness. All eyes on that bike today. Well, plenty of race bikes as well here in Vegas. And right now, we send it over to Hall of Famer Ralph Sheheen, part of our coverage once again this year, for more on that.
Scott, it's great to be back here at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. We have so many incredible motorcycles here for our clients and guests to come view and check out, and we want you to do that. We don't hide motorcycles behind velvet ropes and glass walls. We want you to get up close, take a look at it, take pictures, post them on social media, let your friends know you're here, they're not, they should be jealous. And one thing we ask is please don't sit on the bikes unless, of course, you happen to have won an AMA Grand National on it, like this guy did at Daytona in 1991. He won the Daytona short track. His name is, of course, Ronnie Jones, old national number 16, my good buddy. Tell me about that night in 1991. I know I was there, and I interviewed you in Victory Lane, but take the fans back to what that night was like and what this bike is all about.
Yeah, we had raced in Daytona every year since 1977 when I went there as a novice, but it was never a national. So when they started running a national in about 89 or 90, you know, I'd won a ton of races there, but, you know, they were not nationals. So I wanted to get that national victory at Daytona. I felt like I was almost deserved, you know. It was owed to me, you know, but I had to go out and earn it. And that night, you know, I was on this motorcycle. George Garvis built the motorcycle. It was a Honda RS 750 that an RS 600 that I had initially built myself. And then when I started riding for George in 89, he bought the bike from me, did his own little, you know, tweaks and modifications for it, and we went down to Daytona and kicked their butts, and, you know, and it was, you know, one of my all-time favorite victories. You know, Daytona, just the classic, iconic, you know, name and the racing that goes on there. So, yeah, it was a big night.
And forever he is a Daytona winner. He has signed the tank here. This is going to be lot number F159 coming up a little later on today. And now we will go across the room to my colleague here today. Here's Hannah Lopa with more.
Ralph, kicking off a brand new year, 2026. I thought I'd throw it back 100 years with this 1926 Moto Guzzi C2V race bike. This thing is incredible, so beautiful. This was originally introduced in 1923, produced and continued raced until 1927. There was only a few hundred of these ever made. Only a couple have survived. Something noteworthy about this is the horizontal single cylinder on this was very early for its time, and it eventually became part of the brand's DNA. This in particular was prized for showing its roots of pre-war Italian motorcycle racing heritage, and this specific bike here received second place in the antique class at the Quail Moto Fest in 2024, and it comes with the Tiffany & Co. second place trophy. Very, very cool collector's item.
All right, Hannah Lopa, thank you very much. Thank you, Ralph, as well. And let's kick off the coverage in earnest, Paul, with our first bike of this telecast, a 74 Honda CB550 police bike.
That's right. Incredibly rare to find a Honda police bike in complete, correct, original condition. Fantastic. You can see we're already fetching about $9,000 for it. It's not, of course, a big five-figure bike, but very collectible for what is actually a very high-volume production motorcycle, basically.
You know, it's interesting you bring up that point. Collectability doesn't always mean expensive. You know, they can be collectible and reasonable.
Well, every bike here is collectible,
yes,
but they may not be expensive.
Exactly right. No question. Okay, $9,000 for that one, and CB750 here next from 1972.
Wow, third-year production for the probably most important production motorcycle in modern history. Introduced the inline four-cylinder design, single overhead cam. Boy, they made a lot of these. They were far more successful than they ever imagined they would be.
Right.
Became the bedrock of the motorcycle industry from then on.
Well, and one of the bikes we have coming up tomorrow is the prototype, the grandfather, if you will, of this bike.
That's right. It was the first pre-production CB750 sent to the United States. Mm-hmm. Very, very cool.
Oh, my gosh. It's going to be amazing. 10,000, this one at no reserve, and it sells.
Very correct. Those pipes are hard to find.
All right, now to a 1950 Vincent Rapide on the block.
Looks to be beautifully restored, of course. The Vincent name established in the 1930 when Philip Vincent bought the HRD company, Howard R. Davies, a TT winner, and put his own chassis onto an HRD. And, of course, that evolved after the war to these incredible V-twins that you see today, unit construction with their own gearbox. Beautiful bike, nice restoration. It's got upgraded carburetors. It looks like somebody actually rode this bike and modified it accordingly.
Good for them.
Yeah. It's got Mark II amels on it. Might even have an electric starter. Yeah, there's an Alton alternator. Might even have an electric starter. But otherwise, very correct and original.
Boy, that tank badge is just so historic and legendary, isn't it?
It really is. And I love the name, the Rapide.
Yes,
it's elegant. That, of course, was the pre-war V-twin. Their very first V-twin introduced in 36 used the Rapide name.
Are you bidding, ma'am?
So we're
That's
about
a good way to buy a $55,000
$9,000 north of where these have typically landed in the last couple of years. So it's a reflection on the quality of the condition of this machine. All stainless fittings.
Okay, they reset the bid to $52,000. Jimmy Landis did, our auctioneer, up on the stand.
53, 54. I have 53 bid. Anybody get 50? The reserve is up.
Okay, 53 is enough. The reserve comes off on this 1950 Vincent, and there it is, going to a new collection.
Now I'll bring up 101.
Beautiful machine.
It really is amazing.
We'll see
more.
No regrets there.
We'll see more of those.
Yeah, there are a few.
There are a few, indeed. And as I mentioned, more than 100 Harley-Davidsons, all told, in today's lineup. And here's the first chance we get to look at one, an FL Duo Glide from 1959.
Wow. So the first swing arm Harley-Davidson with... for the big twins anyway. So Duo Glide means it has duo suspension, hydraulic suspension, front and rear. The Hydra Glide was the original model that had a rigid frame and a telescopic fork. Then they went to the Duo Glide. I believe this is a first-year dual glide, 59. Beautiful panhead, nice condition, original Harley-Davidson optional fiberglass saddlebags, the windscreen, crash bars, spotlights, the works.
30,000 reserve is off.
That's a good, strong price for a pan.
Boy, you can see that originality in the bags and everywhere. 32,000. Good money, yes?
That's good money, yeah. They've been pretty soft the last 2 years, so buyers are back for panheads.
Very good. Good to know that. 32 buys that one from 1959. Here's an FXR lowrider, a West Coast Choppers custom bike here.
That's right. This is one of the earliest first-gen Jesse James bike. West Coast Customs, built in his first West Coast Customs warehouse. It has a particular style. It's not nearly as extravagant as his later bikes that became fairly extreme and flashy and showy. It's a bike you could actually ride down the street and carve canyons with.
And look really good doing it.
And now it's a vintage West Coast Choppers bike.
Yeah,
1988.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, he probably built this in the early 90s. Got Chariani road race forks on it. It's good equipment.
Close the bid at $20,000. Close the bid.
All right, the high bid on this custom, West Coast Choppers custom, $20,000.
Now, maybe somebody didn't want a swing arm on the back. It looks too comfortable.
All right, next appearing on the turntable up on the block, 1974 Bimota HB1.
And this is kind of an homage to the first Bimota. The first Bimotas were actually built for racing only, and they were Hondas, just like this. They didn't produce a road bike until 1978. So this is a Bimota homage. It's a beautiful machine. They put lights on it so you can ride it on the street, and Bimotas, in my opinion, are pretty undervalued because they're completely handmade motorcycles. The technology is extraordinary. The craftsmanship is superb. These are beautifully built motorcycles. The welds are all perfect. The frames are often adjustable at the steering head and the swing arm. Very, very nice machines.
And reflected in the bidding at $39,000. We have somebody in the house. We have an internet bidder as well, and I noticed the seat looks pretty cushy. I mean, it looks like they took some interior upholstery from a mid-90s Chevy pickup truck or something.
Oh, my. I don't think we're going to be loving you on my Bimota seat, though. That's not much room on there. In fact,
that's true.
I had the SB2 was their first road bike of 78. And I tried one out last year because it was in the Bid Goes On, and I sat on it. It's like, I cannot ride this machine.
Oh, it was that small.
Not enough room for me on there.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm not boasting.
No, I understand. Looks can be deceiving.
That's right.
$39,000. I think they've reopened the bidding on this Bimota. You're right. Hard to pick out a flaw anywhere. I mean, top to bottom.
No.
Look at that.
It's got a more contemporary headlight on it, but otherwise it's
right.
A beautiful homage to Bimota's first Honda.
42.
There we go.
Okay. 42,000.
43. So $42,000.
Thank you, guys.
Very good. Nicely done, folks. Way to go. Cool bike. 42 grand. All right. How about this? 100 years old.
Amazing.
Or so it says. It's been restored clearly. A Moto Guzzi C2V race bike.
That's a Corsa Due Valvole. It's a 2-valve racer. And this bike was restored by Alessandro Tinieri up in Treviso in Italy. He's a friend of mine. I almost bought this bike about 30 years ago after he finished restoring it.
Something I forgot to mention about this bike when we previewed it at the top of the show is on the tank, those pads for the racer, they needed to adhere them to something. There's actually a toolbox on the motorcycle. I thought that was really, really crazy addition, but very beautiful.
Well, back then, if you broke down on a road race, you needed your own tools and spark plugs and everything. It was expected you would work on your own machine during a race.
Yes. And no better way to do that than with your own specific to that bike tool set, right?
Right. Good luck finding that.
Look at this, $95,000 is the bid.
Well, maybe I should have bought it when it was $60,000 30 years
Right.
ago.
Look at me. Look at me. 105. It's your turn. Bid one time. You'll know who's in. Give 105. 100 bid 105. So $100,000.
Great
Wow.
price.
Now I'll
That's
bring up
fantastic.
one
Look at that. Oh, beautiful.
Moto Guzzi's first overhead valve production bike.
That is an understatement. And that is a tie for our #1 bike so far today with a Harley board track racer that sold a little bit earlier in the day today.
What's encouraging?
Yes, very good. So we move on now to a 1937 NSU 501.
That's right, 500cc overhead valve NSU. This one has the optional high pipes, kind of a clubman bike is what they would have called it.
7.
Lovely restoration. Classic German engineering. Instead of a flat twin, it's a vertical single. 4-speed, foot shift. Girder fork, rigid frame. Beautiful restoration.
$10,000, Kirk. $10,000.
Getting a lot of motorcycle for 10 grand. That's very rare, and that's a bike you could probably take anywhere because they were very robust and pretty fast bikes. Probably do about 90 miles an hour.
Okay. And the reserve's off. Internet has the high bid at the moment at 11,000.
13 bids on the floor. 12. 13 internet if you want it. 13,000. Anybody get 12?
Love those upswept exhausts with the fishtail mufflers. Classic.
13, 14.
14,000. Yeah, you can get 50.
No pressure.
15.
Oh, none.
The whole world is watching.
Yes, that's true. It can be a little nerve-wracking, can't it? Right? You and everybody else watching the same bike and
17,000, sir.
looking at, watching your every move.
Now, if we can
18,000. Anybody get 17, 18. I have 17.
have a look at those hairpin valve
No,
springs
hold on.
up there on top of the cylinder head.
You want to give 7?
They copied the Velasets that started using hairpin valve springs in the early 30s. And racing bikes tended to break their valve springs occasionally, so they stuck the springs out in the breeze to give them a little easier time.
17.5.
You got 17, right? Oh, 16.
Hold on.
Hey,
They got 16.
hey,
You guys want
give
17?
17.
There you can just see that, what you were talking about.
Don't let him have it. Don't let him have it. Give 18. 17.
That's Jimmy Landis talking to the internet.
20.
Well, the internet responded.
Here we are
How
again.
about 20?
Well,
They are
You give
back in at
19
18.
or 20, but if you give 20,
well, where are you going to find another one?
Right.
These
19
come up in Europe, but not in the United States very often.
Done.
We can say that about a lot of motorcycles that we will see here today.
That's
Where are you
true.
going to find another one?
That's true. In fact, I'm not sure if this is one of them, but there are 2 Germans that bring bikes here because the European market is really flat. And so they bring them here because they have an appreciative audience.
I may have seen them in the elevator the other day because there were a couple of dudes speaking German. That may have been them. So 18,000 buys that NSU motorcycle. We'll continue live from Las Vegas on Mecum TV on the Roku channel in a moment.
At 22, you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 5. At 25,000, you better get 25. at 26. I have 25 bid. You're going to get 26. Reserve is off at 27,000. You're going to get 7 at 28,000. You're going to get 7. You're going to give 8. You're going to give 8. You're going to give 8 at 27, 8, 9, 30 at 30 bid. You're going to get 30. You're going to get 30. You're going to get 9 bid. You're going to get 30. I have 20, 30 now 2. I have 30 bid. You're going to get 2 bid. You're going to get 2, 2, 32, 35 at 32. You're going to get 5 bid. You're going to get 32. You're going to get 35. 7 at 37,000. You're going to get 7. You're going to get 7. You're going to get 7. You're going to get 7 at 37,000. You're going to get 35, 37. So $35,000, Megan.
F-107, recent comprehensive restoration, including engine and gearbox rebuild by Wayne Crudy, one of the best in the world at doing it, Jimmy.
I've got $15,000 bid, $20,000, $25,000, 20 bid, you're going to get 25, 30. I have 25 bid, you're going to get 30 here, you're going to get 30 bid, you're going to get 30. Reserve is off. I have 25 now, 7, 30, 27 bid, you're going to get 30 bid, you're going to get 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 32, you're going to get 2 bid, you're going to get 2, 3. At 33 bid, you're going to get 2, you're going to get 3, you're going to get 3, you're going to get 3, 34, 33, 34, 33 bid, you're going to get 34,000, you're going to get 5. At 35,000, you're going to get 34, you're going to get 35. At
That's a live look outside the arena in the next building over, where we have motorcycle storage galore. When you have motorcycles galore, you've got to have great big spaces to put them in.
And you saw all the bikes in there. That's only half of the room.
Check.
Yes.
Check.
Exactly right. We welcome you back to our live coverage here on Mecum TV on the Roku channel. I'm Scott Hoke with Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa here as well. And I think the number on that was 36,000. Was that the number? It was indeed. So we moved to a 1907 Indian twin torpedo tank racer.
Well, it's a twin torpedo tank racer.
Yes.
Because it sounds like it has twin torpedoes, but it's not a submarine. This was also called the monkey on the stick racer because you can see the saddles back there on a little extension, and people made fun of them, of course. Probably Harley people made fun of them for looking like a monkey on a stick. This was Indian's first production racer, and they made these in single-cylinder and V-twin versions, and if you can see there, this back cylinder is part of the chassis. Indian was one of very, very few manufacturers that used the seat tube as part of the chassis with the engine in the middle. Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Wow. There you go. Great look at that.
Yeah. I've seen original paint examples of this. This looks like it's probably recently built reproduction bike. Vince Martinico has an original paint one that he fired up at the Legend of the Motorcycle concourse 20 years ago.
80's bid, 85, 80 bid, you're going to give 85. At 80,000, you're going to give 85. No, 82.5, 82.5, 82,500. Now 85.
Now 85.
Too quick, sir. He's done. 87.5, 87.5, 85 bid, you're going to give 87.5. So, 85,000.
Well, there it is. Hammers for $85,000.
Beautiful machine. And
there you
very
go.
important in American motorcycle history. Indian's first racer you could buy over the counter.
Amazing. Next up, 1914 Jefferson.
That's right. Another very rare, more rare than an Indian racer is a Jefferson. Super limited production motorcycle and notable for being overhead valve this early. Very few racers were overhead valve. Of course, Indian also made an 8-valve racer. Harley started making its 8-valve racer in 1915. Cyclone came out the next year with an overhead cam racer. So this is a very, very early overhead valve racing motorcycle from Jefferson Motorcycle Company.
And you see the hammer price, $60,000. You mentioned that Cyclone. Remember, a year ago, Nothing. I don't know. We got nothing. Well, had a little bit of a technical issue there, apparently, but
nothing to do with the green chopper coming across.
Exactly, nothing whatsoever. $15,000 the bid on this Harley WL custom chopper.
That's right. This is typical of what happened after World War II. People would buy cheap War Department machines as surplus and modify them. And this is probably a later custom, faithful reproduction of what was done in the 50s. Rigid frame, standard wheelbase, but a lot of chrome and groovy paint. Groovy. Molded frame. This one's being sold by Blue Moon Cycles.
Hey!
Check them out.
Reserve is off. 15.5.
Reserves off at 15.5.
John Landstrom had a change of heart. Maybe he'd rather not take it home.
Well,
I think it's pretty cool.
Maybe I think they just put the reserve back on, so there's some indecision there, perhaps.
Dear.
Okay, there it is.
You go.
$16,000.
That's actually a great price for such a. Actually, it's a very nice custom.
It is. All right, moving on to the next lot, which is not up on the turntable, but this is a pair of 78 CB125 S's from Honda.
You know, bikes and crates freak me out. Who keeps a motorcycle in a crate for 50 years?
Yeah, you're right. It's insane.
But, you know, this was the second most viewed lot of this auction. We do keep track of what you're looking at.
Right.
We're not necessarily looking at what you particularly are looking at, but they do aggregate the numbers. And this was the second most viewed lot. These two Honda CB1. You know, it's an ordinary machine, even if it's 50 years old and brand new, but it's in a crate. No arguing with that fact. And there's a particular allure. Some people really like this kind of preservation machine. And it's going to sell.
$20,000. We're told that the consignor, a guy named Dean from the Dean Klein collection, bought it about 15 years ago as a dealership was closing. So that would be the way to get a couple of bikes in a box.
Amazing.
Right? How about that? Now, the question is, what do you do with
exactly.
them? I mean, can you unbox them and put them together?
Oh, no, you lose all the value.
Yes, you are correct. Okay, so those two will wheel away and somehow find a new garage as we move to 93 Honda now. This one's selling at no reserve.
It's a CBR 600 F2. Hot stuff in its day. Hot stuff. 600 was a very popular category. 600 Ninjas were all over the place in the late 80s and early 90s. This is immaculate. And I have noticed that late 80s, early 90s sport bikes of less than, say, 750 cc's are selling very, very cheaply here this weekend. I think these were typically Japanese market bikes. There were a bunch of 400cc, which is a tax category in Japan. We had several of them yesterday.
Maybe or beginning to get close to the bottom of the value curve, or
I think people want the fastest bike in the world, you know.
Of course.
And that would not be the 400cc version, but they're lighter, they're more fun to ride around in curvy roads. And this bike is immaculate.
$4,500
Incredible bike.
Again.
Russ Conklin. And now the next
$4,500. And a handshake from Laura Delzell seals the deal with that gentleman. And we'll move to a 1970 CB750 K0.
KO, the knockout bike.
Okay. Well, when they came out with a K1, you would think, okay, that's K0, right?
They tend to be retrospective, those numbers. So it's a first gen. It's not a Sandcast, which was the first 3,000 bikes. So it's a later die-cast engine, but still very desirable. Second year Honda CB750, immaculate restoration, an appealing color scheme, this teal and gold. Not an easy bike to restore, and yet people do it every year.
So the KO and the K1, fair to call them maybe the more of a performance lean than the original 754?
Well, the performance was good, but it wasn't a cafe racer, really.
Sure.
The handling was okay.
All right, this one brings $7,000 at no reserve here at Mecum, Las Vegas. Back in just a moment.
$8,000 on a bid, got 8's a bid, $9,000 on her, you had $8,000 9 a bid, $100 got $8,000 down 9, you had $8,000 $9,000 on a bid, 9, give 9, $9,000, you had $8,000 Kirk, $9,000 on a bid, got $8,000 9, you had $8,000 down 9, down a bid, got $8,000 down 9, you had $9,000 on a bid, $10,000 down 10, down 10, down 10, I had $9,000 on a bid, $10,000 on it, you had 10, I had 10 a bid, got 9, 10, you had 10, 11, I had 10, 11, 12, you had $12,000, $12,000 bid, $12,000 on it, $11,000, $12,000 bid, 12, you're now $12,000 bid, 11 bid, $12,000 bid, $11,000, $12,000 bid, down at 12, $11,000, $12,000, anybody else, $11,000, $12,000, 11,500, 12, 11,500, $12,000 on it. 11,500, high now 12, high 11,500, bigger to do 12. You 12 reserve is off. 11,500, 12, 12,000 on the bid. 11,500, 12, 12,000 on the bid. $100, 12,000. So $11,500, Kyle.
Lot F-115, a 74 Honda CB750K for no reserve.
Divide. How much here? How much 10? How much 10? Back to $4,000, $5,000, but I'm not going to do $5,000. You $4,000 down 5 down 5 back to $5,000 bid. $5,000, $4,000, $5,000 on it. $5,000 bid. Higher down 4 down 5. You $5,000 higher down to $5,000 bid. Sells at no reserve. 5,000, 6,000. Dupe. I got 5 here. $6,000, sir. 5,500. $6,000 internet.
Hello and welcome back to Mecum Motorcycles 2026. I'm Hannah Lopa. We are previewing some bikes. I've got lot F134 coming across the block here soon. It's a 1969 Yamaha TD2 Road Racer from the Essence and Vintage collection in highly original condition. It maintains a lot of its as-built parts. You can see the wear on the tank and on the seat. You've got that classic clear bubble race fairing. There is no starter. You need a racing roller starter. A piece of history that stood out to me for this particular model was that while factory Yamaha had withdrawn from racing in the World Championship in 1969, upon their return in 1970, they went 1-2 in the championship with this model motorcycle ridden by Rodney Gold and Kel Carruthers. In 1970, this motorcycle could be purchased for just $1,800. Today, highly sought after for the ARMA vintage races.
All right, Hannah, thank you very much. Hey, don't go anywhere. Real quickly, I want to take an opportunity here to say a massive congratulations to you and your hubby on the birth of your first child since last we saw you back in August.
Yeah, I had quite a secret here with me last year, but if anything, his DNA is in motorcycles and its history and, of course, racing. So excited to be back this year and happy that everybody knows about it. A
That-
name like Styles Riot, you figure he's going to be a racer himself.
No question about that. Well, congratulations. The newest addition to the Mecum Motorcycle family, I guess, right?
Thanks, guys.
He'll be on a bike in minutes.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sure he'll be floating around here later today. His dad will try to convince me that whatever he's bidding on is for the baby.
Yep.
Please introduce us.
1932 Ariel Square 4600 now, Paul, at no reserve.
Holy moly. Okay, so these early Ariel Square 4s were overhead camshaft. You can see the cam chain drive on the side of the cylinder there. And this was Edward Turner's design. He shopped it around to various manufacturers. And then Ariel took him up. Jack Sangster hired him as a chief designer. And in 1930, they started out as a 500. The second gen was a 600. We've moved on to a 2006 Yamaha YZF R1, 50th anniversary of Yamaha. Very special bike. R1, of course, being an extraordinary sports machine. And you got to love those factory Yamaha racing colors.
20,000 no reserve.
Pretty special R1. Love this commemorative paint job.
So $20,000.
There we go.
$20,000, Travis. And now,
Oh, that guy's happy, very much so.
That's stoked. Whoa! Right on.
Yeah, well, anytime, brother. No problem.
That's okay. That is okay,
That's
man.
the rush we're talking about. That's the rush.
Hey, you know what? That's a life moment potentially for a guy, you know? That is really cool. Hey, here's a 1961 Norton Manx 30M up on the block.
Amazing. So the 30M is a 500cc double overhead cam. This is the next to the last year of production. They stopped production of the Manx, the legendary Manx, in 1962. First year of the Manx was 1936 with the Manx Grand Prix. 1950, they gained this loop frame, the featherbed frame. Continued producing that for another 12 years as probably one of the most successful production racers in history, alongside the Harley XR 750 and the Velocet KTT and the Yamaha TD2. And it's a legend. British race bikes have been soft the last few years, but this is about $4,000 more than we saw for any Manx last year so far.
You want two, and 41, they're going to do 22 pound, they're going to do 22, now 3. 23 pound, now 4. Now 4, last call, sit down, 23, 24, 24 pounds, and on a bed, now 4, now 4, now 4.
Beautiful restoration on this bike.
23 pound,
Fantastic. $23,000.
120, 1949.
Buys the Manx.
Good value.
Yep.
In running condition, highly original condition.
All right, let's move on to a 1949 Emma R100.
Holy moly. Okay, you are looking at the front fork. Where's the other side of that fork? Oh my gosh. And also the rear suspension. One-sided, single-sided telescopic fork, single-sided swing arm, which doubles as the exhaust pipe for the motor. The engine pivots with the rear wheel, of course, opposite. There's the pivot. You can see it in the middle there. And it's a masterpiece of economy. The front fork, the frame tube, and the swing arm tube are all the same diameter pipe. So he only had to buy one diameter of pipe for the chassis with a few other pieces of sheet metal. Unfortunately, Norbert Rydell, who designed this machine, was obsessed with the single-sided theme, and he had a single-sided crankshaft with an overhung bearing, and it proved to be weak, and warranty claims crashed the business. But it's a brilliant, brilliant design.
Interesting, no question about it. You saw that one go for $8,000.
Bid goes on that one.
Yes, the high bid at $8,000. The next one's from the year after, 1950.
Yep.
Same sort of deal.
The other one had been repainted. It looked kind of original, but I think it had been repainted a long time ago. I think this is an original paint machine in immaculate condition.
So here's a question. How does that single side fork affect the handling at all?
You know, it's pretty robust, and the bike is very, very light, so I think it's just fine.
Okay. Great. Good to know that. It does look like there's something missing there, though, you know. High bid here on that second of two Immas at $10,000. Now, 1927 BMW R47 is up on the block. First of three consecutive BMW motorcycles from the 20s here.
And this is BMW's second generation race bike. R47 is a 500cc overhead valve. It's in almost the same chassis as their very first bike of 1923, the R32, but with more than double the horsepower. Love the Ernst Henny racing handlebars. You can see the casting for the carburetor, but this one has lights, which is very interesting for an early racer like this. It could, of course, be used as a road machine as well. I think most people who bought these raced them because they're very rare and they're a very fast bike, a bike you could win the German championship on.
Immaculate condition, 47,000 won't be enough for that bike.
Yeah,
so
the
that's
number 47 isn't the stopping point on your bid.
Yes.
It'd be more like 87.
Right, exactly. Change that number plate, you know. Okay, going back to 1924, you mentioned the R32, and here's a perfect example of that.
That's right, second year of BMW motorcycle production. The R32, it's a little side valve engine. It's honestly not very fast. It's kind of a moped in terms of performance, but it's extremely reliable, and they actually won races with this thing because it was a BMW and very robustly built. Interesting that these very first R32s had this double leaf spring front suspension. That was modified later. This one has accessories like a speedometer and a headlight. And that domed thing up there on the front fork is a horn. Speedo is very rare, and it's a lever throttle there. That's the throttle and choke by the right handlebar. Very typical in the mid-20s to have a lever instead of a throttle, a twist grip throttle.
And now 100.
100. They're asking 100,000. Now they've got that.
More where you need these to be is the very, very first BMWs. They call these the flat tank models because the gas tank fits between the frame rails and is flat to slide in between them.
105 pounds of dollars. Anybody else? 105. You're at 110. 105. 110. 110 pounds of ease, sir. 105. 110. You're 105. High negative 10. What's the number? 105. 110. High negative. We're going to close bid. 105 pounds of dollars. Take $150,000 to buy it.
Well, there you heard Russ Conklin say that it's going to take a lot more than $105,000 to buy that motorcycle.
Yeah. A few years ago, these were selling for more like $250,000. The seller looks like it would take $150,000.
Okay. So an R63 is up next from 1929.
I had a 1928 R63, which is a 750cc overhead valve. It was BMW's biggest bike, introduced in 1928. You can see, again, this is the flat tank chassis. It's a little more robust than those earlier bikes. It's got a much bigger front brake. Still has that leaf spring front suspension. 3-speed hand change gearbox. Considerable power on these. Of course, they're dead smooth, but with a little love, you could cruise all day 70, 75 miles an hour on one of these. Wonderful, wonderful machines.
So 70 pounds and another.
70,000.
Well, there we go.
Great price.
70 for the third of our BMWs consecutively. And now it is time for 3 in a row from the Roadhouse collection. And there you get a good look at some of these machines that we will be featuring here in the next few minutes. And we begin with the 1955 Harley-Davidson FLH Panhead Custom. There it is.
Call me yellow, mellow yellow. Actually, it's more of a gold here in person.
Kind of a gold or orange, maybe.
Yeah.
A combination of that, I don't know.
It's got anodized gold rims. Lots of gold trim. Got the fat tires front and rear. A lot of motorcycle for 13 grand.
Yes, indeed. And a lot of eyeball. You cannot be inconspicuous on that motorcycle. No way.
But you never know what you're going to fetch with a custom bike because it's like a custom suit. You know, it was designed for one person's taste.
Absolutely right. Okay, next up, 1958 FLH Panhead.
And this is a duo glide, as we were talking about earlier, with full suspension front and rear. Look how glorious that thing is. This was the most sophisticated touring motorcycle in the world. There was nothing to compare with a 1200cc Harley-Davidson touring rig in the 1950s. This was it.
That reminds me of the 59 FLH that Jerry Lee Lewis and Elvis were gifted. We sold that. Remember this? We sold that motorcycle at our Kissimmee car auction in, I think, 2015.
And I had the distinct and questionable pleasure of interviewing the killer about that bike, which was actually fascinating.
Yes, that was one of the most incredible moments in Mecum history for sure. And today that 58 FLH Panhead sells for $15,500.
A lot of motorcycle. And contrary to the one we saw earlier, this is about what they tend to be going for now. It's about 15, 18 grand.
All right, here is the third from the Roadhouse collection, a 66 FLH Electric Glide now.
I love these pink Harleys. They don't call it that. They call it a burgundy shade, but the second the sun hits them, they sure look pink. It's a wonderful color scheme. This is a very early shovel head, and beautiful, beautiful motorcycle. Really well restored. And someone's going to pick it up for less than it costs to restore this bike. Heck of a lot of motorcycle.
12 pounds and under 13 pounds and under down 13 pounds and under down 12 to be down 13. So 12 pounds and under 12.
Okay, there you go. Hammer price at no reserve, $12,000 for that 66 Harley. Our live coverage from the Las Vegas Motorcycle Auction here on Mecum TV on the Roku channel continues in just a moment. Yes!
Service off on 1920. 19 back to do 20 pounds and out of bed down 19 pounds and going to be 20. So 19 pounds and so $19,000. Zach on the phone.
Lot F128, 1991 Harley-Davidson Lowrider, ridden by Peter Fonda and Willie G. Davidson. Letter of authenticity included.
You buy it, you buy it, 40, get 30 pounds and out of bed. 30 pounds out of bed. 10, take you 12 pounds and out of bed. 15 pounds and out of bed. 15 pounds, 16 pounds. 15, 16 pounds and out of bed. 15 pounds and out of 16 pounds and out of down. 15 pounds, 16 pounds and out of bed. 15 pounds, 16 pounds out of down. 15 to bed, 16 pounds out. 15 pounds and out of 16 pounds and out of down. 15 to bed, 16 pounds and all. 15 pounds, 16 pounds and out of bed. 15 to bed, 16 pounds and out of bed, down. 15 pounds and out of 16 pounds and out of anyone else. 15's bed, 16 pounds and down. 15 bed, 16 pounds and out of last call. 15 to bed, down, 16 pounds out of bed. 15 pounds, 16 pounds and her close bid at 15 pounds and out of bid goes on at 15.
Lot F129, 1938 Indian 4, one of only 300 built, purchased from Eugene Kafer Collection in 1990.
Divide, give 100. Here now 100.
That's an outside shot from South Point, a few miles south of the Strip. A lot of locals here in Vegas come down here. It's kind of off the beaten path, if you will. But we've been here every year since 2015, Paul Dorleone, and having a great time again today here in January of 2026.
Amazing. This is my 12th broadcast with you.
Yes.
What a great time it's been.
Oh, man. Ditto. We've enjoyed every minute of it. 1938 Indian 4. Look at this on the block now and fetching a $60,000 bid at the moment.
Yeah, I love these mid-30s Indians with the sweeping fenders designed to emphasize the elegance of these motorcycles. Kind of a teardrop gas tank and the sweeping front and rear tips. This one has had some extra pinstriping added. You could have these bikes painted any color you want that was in the DuPont catalog because DuPont owned Indian at the time. 1938, they reverted to the inlet over exhaust engine design that they had started out with. They switched for a year and had exhaust over inlet. They called those the upside down fours. And they came to their senses and got off their headstand and reverted to their usual style. Love the look of that motor. Just beautiful, beautiful motor. And that's how they looked till the end. 42 was last year production.
72,000.
75, 77.
Now it's 75.
It ain't over till it's over.
No, exactly.
77, 80 pounds.
I don't think they've pulled the reserve just yet.
But surely someone is needling the owner.
Exactly.
Good 80 pound out of down, 77 pound, 80 pounds and out of down, 80 pounds and out of bed, high on 77, 80, 77 pound out of 80 pounds and out of bed, 80 bed, 80 pounds and 77's bed, 80 pounds and out of down, 70.
Briggs Weaver was the stylist on this bike, and I love the way the gas tank ends right at the engine.
80 pounds a dollar, 80 go 80,
the balance and proportions, just beautiful.
82 pounds an hour, 80 pound down, down 2.
Got 80 online now.
80 pounds down, 2.
Hit it one more time. If they come back, it is what it is.
We're good to go.
He's got 79 asking 82. If you want to be 80, I'll let you do that. Hey, he's at 79 asking 82. If you want to do that.
We leave it where we go.
I appreciate it, guys.
Okay, that's Mitch Bartunik up there with a couple of very interested chaps. But the high bid, the internet has it, and it's going to be 80, but not enough to buy the Indian.
Yeah, Indian 4s are definitely a blue chip motorcycle. They tend to fetch more in the six-figure range.
You and I were talking about this yesterday as we take a look at this 34 Harley VLD with the sidecar. A really, really good group of fours here, all over the place.
Hendersons and Aces and everything.
We'll see him yet today and tomorrow for sure. 15,000 on this 1934 Harley.
VL is their big twin flathead. It's an original Harley-Davidson sidecar, appropriate for the year. Looks like a very correctly restored machine. Rare diamond logo on the tank. They changed the logo quite a few times in the 1930s. It's very Art Deco. It's got an optional speedometer, hand shift, of course. And if you've never ridden in a sidecar, they're very, very comfortable. They can be terrifying. It's like being in an amusement park ride without rails.
I was going to say comfortable, depending on who's driving the bike itself, right?
Okay, I'll qualify that. Not emotionally comfortable, physically comfortable. People often ask me if a sidecar adds to the value or detracts, or if it's neutral. I say it's actually pretty neutral.
Okay.
It's kind of what you'd pay for a VLD of that year.
All right. So we will let that one roll down the ramp, and roll out another Honda CB750. This is CB750F Super Sport 1975.
That's right. Kind of I think it's about the last year of the single overhead cam motor, because the F became a double overhead cam, I believe, the next year. So kind of the end of an era. Clearly not getting enough love yet. Bike's in beautiful condition. '75 still has that single disc brake up front. 4-into-1 exhaust. The Super Sports theme went across the Honda range. They made a 500 Super Sport 4-cylinder as well.
Tell it to him. Got her.
All right, $5,000. That's the hammer price there. Boy, I'd call that pretty affordable, huh?
Yeah. That's Facebook Marketplace prices
Exactly
for an immaculate bike.
That's hilarious, actually. Here's one next from 1971.
I bought a bike exactly like this.
Really?
About 1990. If it was about $2,000, it wasn't nearly as shiny as this machine. This is in beautiful condition. And I actually am a big fan of that gold. It's correct for that year, 71.
It is. They call it candy gold, to be specific.
Yeah. Nice restoration. I would actually venture to say that people restoring Honda 754s are consistently better than just about any other genre motorcycle that gets restored. I think because the people that are really into them are such geeks. Everybody knows if you put the wrong X, Y, or Z on these bikes.
Right. So almost better than factory in some cases, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, $7,500. And the next one is from 1970.
Even earlier. Saw one earlier, the same kind of teal and silvery gold color scheme. These first Hondas use a kind of a British styling, the rounded gas tank over the engine, but it's flat on the bottom to emphasize the line from the front of the tank to the rear of the seat, which gives an impression of speed. They've canted the cylinders forward a little to drop the top tube down. Single overhead cam.
Second model year, correct? 1970?
Yep, that's right.
And $8,000 buys it. Okay, 1969 Yamaha TD2. Selling at no reserve here in Vegas. That's going to be up next for us.
The magic words. No reserve.
Yeah, no reserve, right.
I was going to say TD2, but fantastic little production racer. These early ones were air-cooled. They soon found that an air-cooled two-stroke run to its limits was prone to detonation. And that's a technical term for pre-ignition, but also they would literally explode.
Oh, dear. we don't want that. Hannah, tell me more about this bike.
So the top speed for this motorcycle is about 144 miles per hour, which is crazy for the time. You know, only 88 or 44 horsepower twin-cylinder engine, Really lightweight motorcycle, but very quick around the track. It's no surprise how successful it was in road racing. As I mentioned earlier, it won the championship and went second in the championship in 1970.
And it sold just there for $11,500. And as that one rolls down the ramp, let's check in back in the 303 staging lane with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, there are so many incredibly beautiful motorcycles here today at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Vegas, but they're not always the biggest or the fastest, like this stunning Ducati 996. To me, the most beautiful machine I've seen here today is this very small petite bike here, lot number F220. It is also a Ducati, a 1961 Ducati Elite 200. It's got the two mufflers. It's very sporty. Got the clip-on bars. But what's really stunning is this jelly mold gas tank, one of the most beautiful gas tanks you'll see anywhere. And check out that paint job. It just pops, and I cannot wait to see this bike go across the block in a little bit. Lot number F220 coming up later on here today, the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas, and we're going to be right back with so many more stunning bikes after these words. Stay with us.
We are in the arena here at the South Point Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, as we take a look live now at the next motorcycle up on the block. It's a 1928 Excelsior Super X. There it is. Good look at it. $42,000 the bid here.
Yeah, there's two Super X's in a row here. These were brought over to the United States from Germany, where there's a fanatical Excelsior following. Of course, Excelsior was Schwinn's brand name. And the Super X was their 45 cubic inch 750cc model. And it was very, very popular because it was lighter than the big twins, but it still had almost the same performance. And it led to a revolution in the American industry. Indian responded with the 750 Scout, and Harley Davidson responded with the Model D, which was also a 45.
This one from 1928 just brought $45,000. Any appreciable difference between that one and this from 1927, other than the color, obviously different?
Yeah, I think no real appreciable difference. Just a year earlier, a different color, an equally good restoration, probably by the same German enthusiast. Like I say, these were really, really popular bikes in the day and spurred the rest of the industry to respond. And that really created 45 cubic inch craze, and that's why American racing became about 45 cubic inch motorcycles, Class C racing.
Fairly recent restoration, we're told, and $50,000 with the reserve off now.
Yeah. I was wrong about these were not brought in by Germans. Scott Chancellor was the consignor. Actually, they could have been brought in by the Germans because they're really good friends.
57. One more. You get 56 one time?
Well, 55, is that where it's going to end up? Yes, indeed. Matt Morvac, now our auctioneer. with Katie on the internet helping out, $55,000. Maybe the blue makes $8,000 worth of difference, huh?
Note to restorers.
Yes, indeed. That is, we talk about this in the car auction all the time. Scott Hoke blue, it's my favorite color, and that was it. It's beautiful. Okay, here's a 1926 Indian Altoona racer.
Now, this is a very interesting machine. It's the A45, A for alcohol. It's Indian's overhead valve, 45 cubic inch racer. They made 4 of these for racing in Europe. Now, this bike is a hybrid, though, because that's a hill climber engine. They made about 21 of these engines for hill climbing and 4 for road racing in Europe. So this has been placed in a reproduction road racing chassis. It was Indian's first bike with a front brake. And one of these was timed in 1926 at Muroc Dry Lakes at about 125 miles an hour, which made it the fastest motorcycle in the world, period, at the time. But the United States was having a little fight with the FIM at the time. They didn't recognize each other's records, so it was never recognized as a world speed record. But everybody who knows bikes knows that that was the fastest motorcycle in the world. Beautiful overhead valve. You see those strengthening brackets. They copied the design from AJS, actually, the overhead valve with the strengthening brackets on the side there for the rockers.
We're at $100,000, and one more bid will make it the highest selling motorcycle, not only today, but for the entire week here. Well,
there you go.
It's going to be in a 3-way tie with a 1912 Indian, a 1926 Moto Guzzi that we had a little while ago, and this bike here.
And if it had had an original chassis, road race chassis, it would have gone for 3 times that.
Very rare bike, as you mentioned, and very valuable as well. Now another 4 that we talked about, 1921 Ace 4.
Fantastic. So William Henderson, of course, designed the Henderson motorcycle back in 1912. Or that was the first production year anyway. He sold his design to Schwinn to make the Excelsior Henderson. And he got tired of working for Ignaz Schwinn. They didn't get along, so he designed a completely new 4-cylinder motorcycle. He had sold his patents to Schwinn, and the Ace did not infringe on a single patent for the old Henderson motorcycle. And it was immediately the fastest production motorcycle in the world, capable of nearly 100 miles an hour out of the box in 1920. 4-cylinder inlet over exhaust. Look at that little brake there. It's an external contracting band drum brake. And that's all you got on a bike.
That could go over 100 miles an hour.
Doing 90 miles an hour with worse than a bicycle brake.
110,000. Get to the bid right here. 110. 115,000 a bid.
See, it's got one carburetor for all 4 cylinders.
The guys in the speed department were doing well. The guys in the stopping department, not so well.
And you know, very few motorcycles had front brakes back then because all the roads in America were dirt. You didn't really want a front brake. Ace became popular with police departments. Unfortunately, William Henderson was killed this very year, 1921, testing a new model. And the brand kind of foundered after that, and they sold it to Indian. And this was the basis of the Indian Force.
Look at this, $120,000. This particular motorcycle also comes to us from your friend Scott Chantlin. Began its life in Sweden, actually, back in the day.
Wow.
Beautifully restored. Well, 127.5. I guess the reserve is not off. Ooh.
Now it is.
Now it's back off.
Now you see it. Now you sell it. Now you don't.
Right. Okay, 127.5. There you go. Beautiful machine.
Legendary.
Well, another legendary machine is right here. 1917 Henderson Model G.
Fantastic. Original Henderson. Look at the length of that chassis. This is called the short chassis Henderson because the original design was so long. They had a passenger seat in front of the rider's seat on top of the gas tank. Another legendary design. This is was called the Duesenberg of motorcycles because it was so beautifully made. Gorgeous finishes on these. Totally reliable, elegant, very expensive then and now. And it was the first motorcycle to go around the world in 1912 and 1913. Carl Stearns Clancy rode a brand new Henderson all the way around the world. First person to do it. He wrote a great book about his adventures, and it's fascinating. It's the only motorcycle travel book I've ever read before World War I.
Okay.
And it was a different world. You know, the outlook of a young American was very different than post-war.
And a beautiful piece of art as well. These Hendersons, man.
Just exquisite with the nickel-plated cylinders and just that long, elegant design.
Speaking of motorcycle travel books, as we see the high bid here at $100,000, a little birdie told me yesterday that you, Paul Dorleone, have a brand new book that's out. And as we take a look at this 1904 BSA Minerva, we'll periodically give you a chance to give yourself a shameless plug on that book. It's called The Long Way, right?
It's called The Long Way, and it's a book that photography of my wife, Susan McLaughlin, and myself. We're tintype photographers, and we have a van that's kitted out as a darkroom, and we follow the motorcycle cannonball event cross-country on back roads, photographing riders, motorcycles, and landscapes over 3 events between 2012 and 2016. And it took us about 10 years to figure out how to present it as a book, and we might see it a little later.
Yeah, we're going to try to show you folks at home, but you can find it, and I'll tell you, I've seen it. It's utterly amazing.
The presentation copies we have here today are a work of art. They're very expensive because they're completely handmade. It comes in a presentation box with additional prints and essays, and it's completely handmade leather binding. Just beautiful. We worked with a publisher in Mexico City.
And it has its own website, right?
Yeah, thelongwaybook.com.
Thelongwaybook.com.
It's still being constructed, but you can land on it.
20,500. This has to be a very, very early BSA, yes?
Yeah, it's one of the very first BSAs using a Minerva engine on a BSA chassis. BSA, of course, was a major bicycle manufacturer before they ventured into motors.
Look at that, $21,000. Yep. 1904. It's incredible. Well, I tell you what, this is the motorcycle next that I mentioned at the very beginning of the program a little over an hour ago. This is a 1920 Red Rup Radial, and this is a head-scratcher, I'm sure, for a lot of people.
Well, you know, everything has been tried in motorcycle design, just like in car design, and every motor configuration was tried. Of course, after World War I, the value of radial engines was seen in aircraft, and as a great way to produce power reliably if you've got enough air cooling. And that's why this engine has a fan in front. Very rare motorcycle with an air-cooled, but with a cooling fan additionally to help keep things under control. Fascinating machine, 3 cylinders, 120-degree firing order, completely smooth. But the idea really didn't catch on for motorcycles because it's unusual.
It's just too out there, huh?
It's out there, yeah. But what you're seeing here is an incredibly rare motorcycle. I think there's probably 4 or 5 in the world left.
Right. Great look at that. Radial engine. $70,000.
That's right. Reflecting the utter rarity of this. The only other one I've seen is in a British museum.
That exhaust is almost nothing there. But I tell you what, that very, very rare red rep radial just brought $75,000. All right, let's check in now with our buddy Ralph Sheheen, standing by with a very special guest here in Vegas.
That's right, Scott. Our newest team member here in our Mecum Motorcycle crew, Miss Laurette Nicoll. Great to have you back, Laurette, with us. It's nice to see you. I always see you in motorcycle events. And you've got a really unique bike you want to show us. I remember back in the early 90s at Bike Week in Daytona, watching these things race while I was covering the races. They're really something.
Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous that you were able to watch this race.
I'm just that old.
Oh, you're not that old. That's not what you meant at all. But to be able to look at this bike, a legendary piece of racing history. Guys, this is a 1994 R1100 RS, and this was ridden by Roger Ryman. Now, this bike is so incredible because as the camera starts pointing down, you can see the safety wire that's still intact, and that was put in place because the conditions at Daytona International Speedway were so incredibly gnarly. So that was to make sure that bolts, nuts, the oil pan didn't fall out in those conditions. And this was raced by Roger Ryman. Now, he is a legendary motorcyclist from the 60s. Grand National Championship, a 3-time Daytona 200 winner. His history was on Harley Davidson, so he later became Evel Knievel's right-hand man, Ralph. So cool to see this, and he was also inducted into the AMA Hall of Fame in 1998. Now, this Battle of the Legends. Can you imagine taking 20 AMA or world champions, putting them all together, putting them on the start line of Daytona International Speedway in a 2-moto, 5-lap spec race and telling them to go? Well, that was exactly what this bike was here for. And we also have Gary Nixon's bike that's upstairs that's coming across the block a little bit later.
And Scott, what was really cool about these bikes, these boxer engines, you come around here, you can see how they stick out on the sides. Of course, we're road racing these things, and you put guys like Roger on these bikes, the sides of these boxer engines, they did not look this nice and smooth when these boys were done with them. They were all scraped up from dragging them on the pavement and watching the sparks fly as they cornered these big machines. It was something to see.
All right, Ralph and Laurette, thank you both very much. Incidentally, you may have seen the graphic. Laurette is with us hosting Mecum in the Morning, and you can catch the final episode of that this week, tomorrow morning from 11:30 to 12:30 Eastern here actually on the Mecum YouTube channel. And so catch Laurette and find out about all things coming up tomorrow here from Mecum, Las Vegas. Now to a 1930 matchless Silver Arrow. This one's selling at no reserve, and we're in the mid-40s.
Yeah, we had a Silver Hawk, which was a 4-cylinder narrow-angle V4 overhead cam that sold yesterday to the Barber Museum. And this Silver Arrow is a twin. It's a V-twin, narrow-angle V-twin, kind of like a Lancia car. And although Lancias were V4s, not V-twins. And that just sold for $50,000. Very, very rare machine.
Matchless, dating back all the way to 1899, one of the oldest of the British motorcycle manufacturers. And that one has found a new home. 1968 Bultaco Sherpa T250 now on the block.
That's right, and the Sherpa T was their trials bike. Of course, Bultaco started winning the World Trials Championships in the 60s with Sammy Miller as their #1 rider. Transformed trials riding from big, heavy 4-stroke singles to very, very light 2-strokes from Bultaco, just like this machine. This one is in immaculate condition. And I confess to buying a 74 Bultaco Matador here at the auction yesterday.
Yes, I was sitting with you when you did. So you got a Sherpa and a Matador.
Such great names.
Yes. Actually, funny, my son at this time, very moment, is in Nepal, where he may have run into a couple of Sherpas in the foothills of Mount Everest. Oh, my goodness. $4,000 for this 1968 Bultaco. More of our live coverage from Vegas still to come. Stay with us. Some of the 2,000 motorcycles here in Las Vegas at the 35th Vintage and Antique Motorcycle Auction. And this is January 2026, our 12th season of bringing these to you on television. Today, happy to do so on Mecum TV on the Roku channel. And here is another Bimota, Paul Dorleone, from 1983, an HB3. And I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier in the show.
Yeah, the coding means H is for Honda motor with the Bimota chassis, and this is the third iteration. We saw an homage to the HB1, which was a racing bike that someone had converted to a street bike. This has a Honda CB1100F engine. That's a 1,062cc double overhead cam, probably about 100 horsepower under there. And Bimota made an ultra lightweight, exquisitely built chassis for sports racing or sports riding and racing. And the craftsmanship is second to none on the planet. Completely hand done by experts at welding and casting and machining. Just a beauty. And very undervalued today. I think these are the Brough Superior of contemporary motorcycles. They're so exquisitely built.
Wow.
And they rarely fetch more than about 30 grand. But of course, anybody respects them. You see them if you see these out on a ride, everybody knows. Ooh, that's very special.
Well, and for you to say that these are the Brough Superiors of the modern day is saying a lot. I mean, you've owned Brough Superiors, you've ridden them many times, so you should know. And look at this, $14,000. This is a bargain of the day.
Yeah, really.
And a beautiful bike it is. All right, $14,000. Okay, now an 86 DB1.
So that's Ducati Bimota one. This is their first collaboration with their countrymen at Ducati. Surprising that it took until the mid-'80s for them to put a Ducati motor into one of their chassis. And look at the styling on this thing. Look at the bodywork.
Amazing.
It's completely enclosed. It looks like a fish. You know, you can't see anything mechanical under there. And, of course, that's for aerodynamics, but it was a styling thing in the mid-'80s. Ducati was making the Passo around this time. Honda was making the Hurricane around this time. All these bikes that were completely enclosed. It was kind of a fad, to be honest.
Sure.
And it passed. That went for just 10 grand. Oh, my gosh, I should have put my hand up.
You can do that. I think they can see us from over here. All right, here is, a 2001 Panzer. It's a Captain America replica.
That's right. The original design was by Cliff Voss when he was associate producer for Easy Rider, the movie. He bought the bikes at a sheriff's auction for both the Captain America and Billy machines, and worked with his mentor, Benny Hardy, to construct these. And Buchanan's made the frame and the wheels, and they rode into motorcycle history. In my opinion, the most famous motorcycles in history because of their movie star allure, and lots and lots and lots of replicas out there.
Well, a high bid on this replica of $17,000. And speaking of replicas, here is a 2006 Carolina Custom replicating the 1915 Cyclone. You see the play on the word Cyclone there, that we sold last year here for $1 million.
$1 million. Well, I don't think this is going to fetch quite $1 million.
No.
But we're at $5,000 now. Yes, using a shovel head, an Ironhead Sportster motor and a custom chassis to make it look like a board track racer. Quite a few companies have tried this formula with varying degrees of success. The problem is the contemporary motor is big and heavy, and so you have to make a fairly large chassis around it, and it loses some of the spindly elegance of those 19-teens board track racers there that were the inspiration for these machines. And $6,000.
$6 grand. Well, you've kind of got the look there, you know, and
if you're Mr. Magoo, you might just...
Oh, my gosh. Whoever thought a Mr. Magoo reference would wind up in the TV coverage today?
So much junk in my brain. I'm sorry.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Great trivia question. Who did the voice of Mr. Magoo? 1958 Harley Davidson FL. While you think about that, remember?
Wasn't he the guy from Gilligan's Island?
Jim
Jim Backus. Yeah. 58 Harley Davidson. This is a dual glide. Yes. It's got suspension front and rear. Love the fringed saddle and matching saddlebags in white. That won't last long. But beautiful panhead. Really nice roof stored. That's a whole lot of motorcycle somebody's going to get for about 15 grand.
Yeah,
really,
no kidding.
Just fun to ride. I mean, this was truly the most impressive touring motorcycle in the world in its day.
74 Cube V-twin, ultra smooth. Wow.
So much motorcycle for 13 grand.
My goodness.
Come to Mecum, folks. Get yourself a lot of bike for not a lot of money.
I'm telling you, you are spot on,
you just
my friend.
Never know.
Here's a 94 FLS TC Heritage Classic.
That's right. Harley Davidson touring machine, but this one has the hidden rear suspension back there, underslung monoshock onto the frame, making it look like a rigid frame bike, but it's got full suspension. This was their top-of-the-line touring bike in 1994, and this is in really terrific condition. It's not restored. And once again, somebody's going to ride home with a bargain. 32 years old and looking good.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's hard to believe.
Harley's finishes are excellent, actually. Mm-hmm. They really do retain their, if they're kept inside, they do retain their finish.
Okay, so the high bid on this particular Harley Davidson, one of 100 in our lineup today, I think $12,000, and we'll let it roll away. We'll be back with more from Vegas in just a moment.
Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. We have great motorcycle racers here with us, including these two legendary flat track racers here. Not only do we have great motorcycles here at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas, we have great motorcycle racers here with us, including these two legendary flat track racers here. Bubba Schobert, 3-time national champion, and of course Jay Springsteen, another 3-time national champ with 43 victories over here. Bub, let's start with you. How you been doing? What have you been up to?
I've been doing good. I haven't been doing a whole lot. Been kind of bored lately, you know. I got my kids raised up, and now I'm a grandpa, so I just hang around the house and do things I like to do.
Well, we got a lot of cool Honda dirt tractors that have been seen up here at Mecum in the last couple of years. You think that market's going to go up a little bit?
I don't know. I hope so. You know, if anybody ever gets a taste of it, it'll be in their blood and they'll do it forever.
Of course, Bubba was famous for racing the Honda flat trackers, but Jay, you are all about Harley Davidson. We're used to seeing you in the orange and black. XR 750s all over the place around here, but you have a cool bike going this weekend.
Yeah, I have a 600 Roadtex. That was one of my test bikes that I had, and did a lot of testing on it. My last test was at Lime, Ohio on it, and I got a set of my Racing Factory Harley leathers and a helmet that we're going to try to auction off today, and hopefully it'll go. And me, I've been just laying around the house, too, take care of my wife. She had a few health issues, and working on my snowmobile. I got an old 3-cylinder snowmobile that's been broke for a few years and tinkered with that in my garage, but lately it's been like 16 below zero in Michigan, and I've been staying in the house a lot, taking a nap.
That's the scary thing, Scott. I was talking with Springer here a little bit ago. I said, what have you been doing? He goes, taking a nap every day. I don't know. I'm so used to seeing him winning, I can't imagine him taking a nap.
Oh, my gosh. Ralph, thank you very much. I feel his pain being from Indiana. We had, a foot and more in some places, and I almost want to get a hold of Jay's snowmobile and take it out for a ride. That would be big fun. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Back on the turntable right now with 98 Heritage Springer FLS-TS here.
Springer, of course, refers to the old-fashioned front fork. And, I still can't figure out how they managed to get a disc brake on that old Springer front end, because the drum brakes never worked that great.
Well, at least they had brakes.
At least they
now.
had, and I'm sure they passed all the DOT road testing safety requirements. So
right.
There you go. They must work. I've actually never ridden one of these.
Okay. I actually find that shocking, Paul, because you've ridden everything else, right?
I haven't ridden everything, I need to get my booty in a saddle.
You need to get out a little more.
Of a soft-tail Springer.
14.5. And that's going to be, I think that's the hammer price, because they've moved on to no reserve 74 Kawasaki Z1A, I believe.
Z1A. Z1, of course, the New York Steak was the code name as Kawasaki developed this. They were originally going to do a 750, and then Honda stepped in and did their own 750 first. They said, oh boy, we better up our game and make it a 900 and double overhead cam. And they certainly did beat Honda at their own game. A much faster, actually better handling, better braking bike. Just sexier. Kawasaki was known for being all about speed in this time, because they had the 3-cylinder 2-strokes, and then they introduced this 900cc double overhead cam and won in the speed game.
Those H1s you're talking about, debuted back in 1969.
Crazy bikes.
Nicknamed the Widowmaker.
Exactly. Their brief was to make a bike under, I can't remember what the price was, under $2,500 that would do an 11-second quarter mile, and they did it.
Wow. All right, big Honda here, 2004 Valkyrie Rune, $12,000, no reserve. Look at the.
It's one of the wildest. I mean, it's not even a factory custom, but it is so much a factory custom.
Yes.
The styling on this with that 6-cylinder gold wing engine, it's so massive and kind of fun in an absurdly large kind of way.
Wow. $17,000. That's like just excess everywhere you look on that bike.
A purely American motorcycle made in Japan.
Yeah, they made it work. All right, rolling down the ramp right in front of our broadcast position here. 75 Z1B now from Kawasaki.
You got to love the styling on these with the beautiful rounded tank and the kicked up tail. That was actually done by a California outfit and adapted for the Z1. It wasn't intended for this bike, but they said, that's going to look great on this 4-cylinder.
$10,000 buys that Kawasaki. And up next, there you see it, RS600 flat track.
Pretty neat. Pure racing motor. The RS600. Lots of magnesium parts. Twin cylinder. Overhead cam. Simple and very fast.
You know, Scott, this was the bike that Ronnie ran and won with at Daytona on the short track, and that was a quarter mile that was held down the street from the big Daytona International Speedway at a high school football stadium. And it was kind of a very unique surface. So it's basically the running track that they would do track and field events on, that once a year became a fabulous motorcycle racing venue.
Wow. How about that? It just brought $25,000.
Yeah.
You talk about Ronnie, AMA Hall of Famer Ronnie Jones. And that's one of those bikes. Here is an 83 Honda CX650 Turbo.
That's right, from the horsepower wars of the 1980s. Honda chose a very unusual bike to turbocharge. It was there from the CX500. It's a pushrod 500, 80-degree V-twin. Kind of looks like a Moto Guzzi. It's water-cooled. And I think they chose this one to turbocharge because that engine is completely bulletproof. It was used by messenger boys all over the world because they never broke. And it doubled the horsepower. Adding a turbo didn't affect the motor impact the reliability one bit.
Just brought $13,000. Now to another 1954 Ariel Square 4 Mark II, and when you see that Square 4, some people might wonder, well, what does that really mean? That's basically they took two twins and they mated them together.
Exactly. It's actually got two crankshafts. The Square 4 design was later adopted by Suzuki for the Gamma two-strokes, and they're Grand Prix bikes. But this is an evolution of Edward Turner's design. He went from an overhead cam to a pushrod design to make them easier to manufacture and simpler to maintain. And the pushrods are all in the center under that big dome. And single carburetor. I love the look of that motor. I think it's one of the most elegant four-cylinder motors ever designed.
And again, it
was cheap. That hurt.
I was going to say,
why am I talking? I should be standing up and waving a pedal.
Yes, please feel free to do so at any time. In fact, you did that a little bit earlier in the week, right? And picked up a Velocette.
I did. I picked up a Velocette Scrambler.
Okay.
No reserve. This is a Velocette KTT Mark 8 engine in a Norton featherbed frame. This is from the Maurice Candy collection. This bike was built for racing. It's fully lock wired. It was fully sorted. Magnesium front rear brake and a racing Yamaha front brake. What a bike, and it's going for a song. Oh, I am so tempted.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much.
What a bike.
$7,000 is all. Happy customers there for sure, and they'll be happier when that bike arrives in their stable. 1950 Norton Manx International Model 30 next on the turntable.
Now, this is a long stroke Manx, 1950, the first year of the featherbed frame.
Explain that term, featherbed frame.
Well, the McCandless brothers developed this chassis in the 1930s, actually, and they raced it. And in the 40s, and they raced it with a Triumph motor, and it was so successful they were able to sell the design to Norton, and When the factory test rider rode it, he said, it's like riding a feather bed. It's so comfortable. Gave new life to the Norton single, which is an engine design from basically 1930, and made it competitive until the 1960s.
All right, $7,500 is the hammer price for that Norton Manx. And right behind it is a 1948 Velocette KTT Mark 8, a year earlier than the one we just saw a minute or two ago.
Well, this is a more original. It's actually a 1949 KTT. I looked up the numbers. I have the factory notes. It was delivered in April 1949 to a dealer in London to race in the Isle of Man that year. Beautiful bike. Considered one of the most beautiful British motorcycles ever made. Velocette. Small, handmade company. Family owned. 1905 to 1971. These bikes won the World Championships in 1949. Remained competitive in the Isle of Man TT for decades.
And this particular Velocette brings $20,000.
I have a sister bike to that.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Well, one of my personal favorites. It's the Scott Flying Squirrel. I can't resist. I'm sorry.
If it was the Mark Flying Squirrel, you wouldn't like it as much.
Right.
No. Alfred Angus Scott was a two-stroke man, and he basically came up with this design in about 1909. And it was radical when it was first created, and to be honest, they never really changed the design. They made it originally it was air-cooled. They quickly made it water-cooled and continued producing this until after the Second World War. 600cc two-stroke, water-cooled. Very cool bike.
$18,000, and you can still see, even in 1930, the early 1900s look that this bike still carried with it a little bit.
Yeah.
$6,000. 7. 6 is bid. $7,000. I get $6,000. David, everybody give 65 on that Triumph. 6,500. 6 is bid. 6,500. $6,000. 6,500 on David, down 6,500. Reserve is off. 6 is bid. Who gives 65? Is 6 out. 5, 7. Now 7. Now 7. Now you can go, sir. Higher David to get here. 6,500 on David to get $7,000 all in and near 7. So $6,500 shake.
Lot F167.1, a 67 Harley Davidson custom one-of-a-kind build. No reserve.
By Terry David on David and Beard on David to get here 20. Hand down 20 to get 10. Down 10,000 on David to get 10 to bid. Who get $5,000? 7,000. And now 10, 12. And now 12,000. Just you're out there 12. Higher David to get 12. 15,000 under David to get 15. And now 15 under David to get 12 to bid. 15 under David to get 12 here. 15. I get 12. Who get 13? $13,000. And now 14 right behind you. Now $15,000 cowboy hat. Hit 15. Higher David to get here. 15. And now 15. Higher David to get here. 15. Higher David to get $15,000 bid. Hit 15. 14, 5 down 15. 15, 15, 15, 14, 5 to bid, $15,000 David Butter. I get 14, 5 to get 15, to get 15, to get 15. Pot a call. You going to be 15, sir? Yes or no?
Well, that's a look at the stairway leading up to the arena here at South Point, where they always outfit it with a super cool kind of a mural there on the risers.
I think it's great.
I think that looks fantastic as you walk through the hotel and the casino here. That is what greets you.
They do a nice job on the graphics.
Our producer, Taylor Rollins, said that's the stairway to motorcycle heaven. How about that?
It was a good one. Ding, ding.
Yes, sir. All right, here's a 1968 BMW now up on the block or on the turntable, on the ramp, whatever you want to call it, $25,000.
It's an R50 US model, US signifying that has a telescopic fork instead of the old Earl's fork design. Beautiful restoration by Tim Stafford. It's going to take a little more than that to take it home.
Okay, so 25 is your reference point for that BMW. And here's the motorcycle next that Laurette previewed along with Ralph a little while ago, that 1994 BMW R1100.
That's right. It was one of those great race series that you got that pop up occasionally and then kind of disappear. This was the Battle of the Legends, where every legendary rider was riding an identical motorcycle. So it really was a test of who was the better or more courageous rider on the Daytona course. So it was a neat race series. It was a fan favorite. And pretty cool bike. I don't remember who won that year, 94.
What we're doing here, Donner David gets $6 bid, Donner David get 5 here, $6 bid, Hall later done, I'm gonna waste yet, Paul, Donner David get £5, $6 bid, 5 here, $6,000.
5,000 is all. And it's not going to be enough. So our auctioneer, Trev Morvac, will send that to the Bid Goes On,
where most of the bikes sell.
They do.
Our ultimate sale rate tends to be over 90%.
Yep, you are correct. First look at an MV Agusta. This is from 1975, the Magni 750S America.
That's right. So it's an MV Agusta America, and the Magni was modifications made by Arturo Magni, who was an MV Agusta factory race mechanic. He made his own modifications that were sanctioned by the factory. The biggest one was he converted them from shaft drive, which they came from originally, to chain drive, and added these beautiful swoopy exhaust pipes. They're just exquisite. I don't know who we got to make those beautiful curve exhausts, but that's his distinctive look. Just amazing. And this was one of the fastest motorcycles you could buy in 1975. Tuned highly, probably producing 80 horsepower at the rear wheel. Good for about 140, 150 miles an hour.
That'll work.
And exquisite MV Agusta styling. Just unbeatable. Campagnolo magnesium wheels, triple discs.
Going to close bid at $52,000. Bid Goes On at $52,000.
And there you see it.
They tend to run about $70,000, $80,000 these days.
All right. Good target. 52 is where we'll leave this one. And hopefully that one is a candidate for a Bid Goes On post-block sale. A 1973 Bultaco Persang 250 now. Mark 6.
They made many iterations of their Persang motocross bike. Fantastic, light, popular Persang, meaning pure blood or thoroughbred. And this is a really nice restoration. People have really taken to 60s and 70s dirt bikes for restoration candidates, and you know what? It's been rewarded with some pretty high prices in the last few years.
Yep, we've seen that here. Reserve is off here at $12,000. Bidder on the telephone with our man Jamie McLeod.
Hey, we got it. Congratulations.
And whoever's on the other end of that telephone line just bought that 73 Bultaco.
And you can too. All you have to do is go on Mecum's website, register to bid. You can bid by phone, you can bid by internet.
Absolutely
you
right.
Can come here and bid, which is always the most fun.
Super easy, yes. Mecum.com is where to go to register for this auction or any other auction for that matter. Here's a 1965 Harley FLH now.
So tell me, the Ferrari 250 GTO that sold at Kissimmee. Was that a live bid or an online bid? For what? How much was it?
Well, it sold for $35 million. It was actually a combination of both. The new owner, David Lee, had a representative there in person who was doing the in-person negotiating. So kind of a combo deal.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but what a moment that was just a couple of weeks ago.
Now, this is interesting. We've got another Panhead here. It's a 65 FLH. This is the last year of the Panhead. Shovelhead came in 66. So it's a significant, it's a milestone bike. You know, end of an era. Wonderful. I love the black and white. So classic on these bikes.
Sure.
It looks like a terrific restoration. And we're looking at twice the money of the earlier ones from the late 50s.
All done. Last call, 27. $26,000.
All right, headed to the internet. And we've had a little bit of all three today. Certainly people here in the house. And on the internet, on the telephone. But you mentioned it, Paul. There's something special about bidding on a piece here in person, getting to see it up close.
It's very exciting. And speak from experience.
Right. And look at this motorcycle. 1934 Harley VLD. It appears to be in very original condition.
Hard to tell.
Or it could have been ridden hard and left that way.
Hard to tell if it's been repainted or not. Any decals are gone. I guess you'd call this a barn find. It's not hurting the price at all. You know, these early big twin flatheads are very, very popular. They're actually more popular than the overhead valve bikes these days, fetching more money than a lot of the later Panheads and stuff.
Well, actually, they did tell us that this was painted, but back in 1950 or so, they painted it to match the saddlebags.
I love it.
So that's a little bit of the story there. But yeah, what a visual piece of Harley history that is. 1932 Indian 4 will follow that up.
I mentioned a little earlier that Indian got its four-cylinder start by buying Ace motorcycles. And the very first Indian 4s were called Indian Ace 4s. And then they started to make them their own with their own styling and tanks. And they began to change the chassis and they changed the engine. So eventually, by 1932, this was an all-Indian four-cylinder. This would be a 402 model. And a little cobbier looking. Cobbier meaning it's more like a bulbous tank and less elegant fenders than the 36 we saw, which was just exquisite. Still very rare and coveted bike. All Indian 4s are coveted. All American four-cylinder bikes are coveted. Everybody loves them. They're beautiful. They're unique. There's nothing else like them in the motorcycle industry. It's big 1200cc bikes. Something else.
And the reserve is off. We're now at $90,000. Make it 100.
105. Are you all done?
Is that our fourth $100,000 bike tonight?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. At an even $100,000. There will be more. We promise you that. Here is next an important bike from Harley Davidson, their 1929 JD model.
And you'll note the twin headlights there. That was a 2-year design from Harley Davidson. They went to this twin headlight design, very distinctive. I was having dinner with Mark Hoyer, longtime editor of Cycle World last night, and he pulled up a picture of his grandfather on a bike just like this. He thinks his was a 750 Model D. We're not 100% sure because it's just straight on, but certainly has those twin headlights. Distinctive look. And JD, of course, was the mainstay of Harley Davidson production for many, many years. They did very well in the Cannonball. Pretty reliable bikes.
19, 20, last call. Anybody else at $20,000 here to have?
some crazy guys like Paul Craig are even motocrossing them these days. Still.
Wow.
Just for fun.
Interesting exhaust treatment there.
Yeah.
Super low. And a high bid of $19,000. All right, let's roll back the clock to 1913 for a moment, shall we? This deluxe 9-horsepower twin. Or 9 HP twin. I presume that stands horsepower.
It's nominal horsepower. It's the configuration. That's a SPAC motor, which is branded as deluxe. But the type of motor is a SPAC. It was a company that supplied motors to a bunch of motorcycle manufacturers, including Sears.
Yes.
And, I think there have been something like 330 American motorcycle factories over time, and Deluxe was one of them. They had their run. It was a few years. Motorcycling is a very tough market, and so this bike is rare. Luckily, because it's a SPAC motor, people are making spares for them because it covers so many different motorcycle brands that are being restored today.
Well, in this case, a high bid of $32,000. Look at this beauty. 1917 Harley Model J.
Pretty neat. Made in wartime, which is why it's green, but not necessarily a military bike, because Harley-Davidson, in anticipation of America's involvement in the First World War, changed its bike color from gray to olive green. All of their bikes. Any color you want as long as it's green. And that continued on for quite a few years. Until the mid-20s, when they started to play around with Brewster green, which was a little more of a forest color, and eventually they went full color with many options. But for many years, all you could get was olive green. Beautiful restoration. Look at this bike. Fantastic.
And 55, 57, 55 to bid, 57, 60. Iron Air again, 60, and now 5.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's fully optioned with a speedometer and lights and everything. J was the most basic model, but kind of doesn't matter today. It's a beautiful restoration.
Yep. $80,000. Who's next? 80,000 and 75 to bid, 80. Iron David bid down 80,000. Iron David bid 75 to bid, $80,000 and 80,000. Iron David does 75. 80,000. You want to give 77. Now 80. He beat you to that. 77's a bid. $80,000. We're all out here right side. $80,000. 77, 80. Last call, 77. Anybody else? 80,000. So $77,000 straight.
Very strong.
77,000. I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Wow, that's super cool. All right, let's roll on from that up to the 303 staging lane and check in again with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, this is lot number 201, 1972 Harley-Davidson FX Super Glide Night Train. This is a very unique era for Harley-Davidson. A lot of controversy around it. And it all starts right here, of course, with the fact that the company was owned by AMF back then. But you will also see the logo number 1 on this bike. That's because Harley might have been struggling in the showroom, but they were really successful on the racetrack. The Night Train, of course, comes in all black, signifies that bike. But one thing that was very controversial about it was this rear fiberglass fender called a boat tail that was designed by Willie G. Davidson himself. A lot of the purists didn't like that design. Now, there's a couple of things about this bike that'll tell you it's a real one. And it starts right down here with the VIN number. If it says 2C, that tells you it is in that Night Train line. Of course, you got to have the black paint. And if you have that real fiberglass fender back there, the boat tail, combine those three things together, Scott, and a bike that wasn't successful on the showroom floor might be very successful today when it crosses the block, lot 201. It's a classic now.
All right, that's coming up shortly. Ralph, thank you. We'll keep our eyes on that one as you've previewed and set us up for it nicely. In the meantime, Sportster from 1959 is up spinning for us.
I'm not sure if this is just an XL or an XLH, an XLCH. Hard to tell. Oh, it's an XLCH. We just looked at the engine number, 59 XLCH 2277. This was the hottest bike Harley-Davidson offered, faster than any of its big twins. Road tested at 125 miles an hour at the time. Very, very fast motorcycle. $8,000.
Very
That's
reasonable.
A lot of motorcycle for $8,000. Oh.
All right, next up for us, 77 XLCR Sportster. We've talked before about what those initials kind of allude to.
XL Cafe Racer.
Yep.
This is Willie G's blending of the Cafe Racer style with American flat track style. It's an XR 750 seat with an enlarged Sportster tank and a little fairing as a nod to the worldwide craze for cafe racers.
And guys, this is the only cafe racer that Harley-Davidson ever made, and it was initially a failure because it was quite ahead of its time, but it was too different. People found the riding position a little bit too aggressive. They wanted the upright ergonomics that Harley-Davidson is known for. They wanted that chrome-on-chrome look that Harley-Davidson was known for. Note the AMF badge produced during the AMF days of Harley-Davidson. This one is fewer than 2,000 made in 1977.
Well, Hannah, this one just sold for $10,000, and as it rolls away, we'll do the same. More of our live coverage here on Mecum TV on the Roku channel coming up from Vegas in just a moment. Welcome back to Mecum Las Vegas Motorcycles with a hugely important bike coming up a little later on, a 1937 EL Knucklehead. Second year of this legendary Knucklehead production. And we will see that bike in a matter of moments. That's Delphine blue and black. Just a magnificent machine coming up. In the meantime, we have a 1969 CB750 on the block.
First year Honda CB750 Sandcast, which means it's in the first approximately 3,600 built. People go crazy for the Sandcast model just because it is the original. And this looks to be a beautifully restored machine. Lots of accurate details. Kind of a little mix of original in there, too. Not over-restored.
Was the Sandcast idea kind of experimental at first? Just kind of see how everything was going to hang together?
Well, Honda wasn't confident they were going to be a big seller, so it cost a lot of money to make die casting molds. So they made the first few thousand with a traditional sand cast mold, and suddenly found they had a big winner on their hands. They said, okay, let's invest.
Yep. Yeah, great story. Here's a CB450 Super Sport.
It's a D-kit scrambler. They didn't really make a scrambler like this in the CB450. And so this was a kit you could buy from Honda with high pipes and different side covers. And, you know, a standard CB450 Black Bomber from 67 might be an $8,000 bike, but the D-kit, this rare kit, is drawing a lot of attention, kind of like the Honda, the Flying Dragon bikes that fetched $41,000 and $45,000 yesterday.
So $25,000.
And this time it sells for $25,000, going to the internet. All right, here's a CBX 1000 from 1981, going to be up next.
Holy moly. Look at all that motor. 6 cylinders, double overhead cam, 4 valves per cylinder. The most sophisticated machine Honda had ever made to that date. In fact, it was the most sophisticated technologically motorcycle in the world at the time. The first of the CBXs were sport models. And Honda kind of realized that they were not exactly cafe racers because they're not lightweights. And so they, over a few years production, made them more into touring bikes, which is probably their best application. Super smooth, super fast, great exhaust note. And you get bragging rights because who else has a 6-cylinder motorcycle?
Very true. 18,000 is the bid. And that's where it'll hammer.
Yeah, wonderful original condition.
Yeah, the odometer, we're told, reads 6 miles on that motorcycle.
Probably 7 now that it's been pushed
Maybe.
around Mecum.
Yes. Okay, a Suzuki GSX R1100 on the block. No reserve time for this 86 Suzuki.
And look where the price is. This is a first-gen OG Gixxer GSXR, landmark motorcycle for Suzuki. Dominated production racing with this bike. Radical new design with its aluminum beam frame. I remember when this bike came out. I was on motorcycles then. Boy, what a rocket ship. There you go.
How about that? 27 grand.
Motorcycle collection.
Like I was saying, late 80s, early 90s sports bikes are doing really well unless they're under 750 cc's.
Yep. Okay, here is Kawasaki's Z1 900 from 1973.
That's right. First year Z1. Very collectible. Not easy to restore because those mufflers especially are difficult to source. And this looks like a sparkling restoration of a first year Z1. Legendary motorcycle. Fastest production bike from Japan at the time, although in 73 Ducati's 750 Super Sport was faster motorcycle.
20's the bid. 22. 20. Anybody else? 22. Going to close the bid at $20,000. Close the bid.
Okay, 20.
Takes $28,000 internet. If you want to raise your bid to $28,000.
This is the Mecum rule
So we'll move this
now in
all up
effect.
here to
You know what the Mecum rule is?
Tell us about it.
Yeah, the Mecum rule is 20,000 is where we are. The consignor has said he would like to have 28. So if the high bidder raises his bid
Internet,
to
I'll give you,
28,000,
I don't know,
he
30
would
seconds.
he
5,
would
4,
own the
3,
motorcycle,
2, 1.
and nobody else
Close
could
the
bid.
bid again. 27,000.
Okay, so after all that, the bid goes on at $27,000. They're close enough.
Yeah,
that's going
figure
to
it out.
happen.
It's not
They're
gonna
going to figure it out.
It's not going to be there for long.
All right, here comes another Harley Davidson. This is 1947 FL Knucklehead.
Last year of the Knucklehead. FL means it's a 1200. The EL was only 1,000 cc's. Biggest bike Harley Davidson made. And the Panhead came in the next year, basically identical except different cylinder heads. So everybody loves a knucklehead with those distinctive rocker covers.
Yeah, that EL knucklehead is going to be coming up a bit later on.
The pre-war one, yeah.
Right?
Post-war ones don't sell for nearly as much money.
Yeah, this
one,
one,
see,
35,000. Yes, indeed. Here's another Honda CB750 on the block.
And this is a 70, so second-year production. Another, as I was saying, spectacular restoration. I mean, it looks completely accurate to me. I can't see it up close, and I didn't look at it when it was on the floor, but just the vibe of it, it's like, yeah, someone paid attention to this bike.
10,000, anybody get 12,000, anybody get 10 to bid, anybody get 12 bid, anybody get 10, anybody get 12. Anybody give $11,000 for it.
And every time we see one of these, you know, my mind goes to that prototype that's upstairs that we'll see tomorrow from 1969. It's super rare. I'm the only one.
11,
and what the collectors will do when that crosses the block. It's anybody's guess, really, but...
It really is. It really is.
$11,500. Anybody else? 11,500. Close the bid at $11,000 and the bid goes on.
Not quite enough for that immaculate CB750 KO.
Okay, next up, it's 1957.
Oh, man.
Honda Dream.
This is a pre-American import Honda Dream. It's an overhead cam 250 single. Very difficult to restore these. They kind of have a cult following around the world. I love the styling of these. It's like Ultraman meets motorcycle. Look at the front fender, the little the badge on the front fender, the way it sweeps back like a shark fin.
Right, love that.
Love it. Early Japanese motorcycle styling, I just think is fantastic, especially from mid-50s to early 60s.
And on the other end of that front fender, they kind of borrowed a little bit, it looks like, from the Indian fenders.
Actually, I think they borrowed it from NSU.
Could be.
That's who they were copying at the time. Yeah, including the suspension, that short leading link front suspension. And the hood over the headlight, so neat.
Anybody get 29? I have 28 bid. Anybody get 9 bid? Anybody get 9 bid? Anybody get 8 bid? Anybody get 29?
And its rarity as a pre-American import model is reflected in the price. And it's also, I took a good look at this. It's a heck of a restoration. It's got good compression. I kicked it over.
Okay. As you should.
Staff privilege.
Yep.
I have 32. Anybody get 3 bid? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 2? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 33? So $32,000.
$32,000.
What a beauty. Well bought. So rare.
All right. So we let the dream go and take our first look at a Triumph Thunderbird. Now, this one's from 1964.
Wonderful all-around bike. British 650 twins have kind of taken a beating the last few years in price, but they're wonderful motorcycles to ride. I have a 65 Bonneville a year after this. Looks very much the same. Mine's blue and silver. And so much fun. I think Susan and I put 14,000 miles on it doing rallies in the last 10 years.
Wow.
So fun.
Good you.
$1,000, Ryan.
Hey, somebody's overjoyed with that one. Yes, sir.
Nicely restored Thunderbird. Good job.
Very cool. $7,000. And that's going to be, you know what? He's going to get on that bike and say, man, that was totally worth it. Here's a 63 Thunderbird right behind it.
Different styling. Have a look at that front fender. And also there's what's called a bikini around under the seat there that kind of wraps around the oil tank and everything. This looks like it's an older repaint in metallic with special pinstripes. For a while, Triumph was experimenting with covering up their bike with more sheet metal. They had the bathtub enclosure at the back, which totally covered the rear wheel and below the seat. And this was their upgrade in '63 with the bikini on the rear. Nice bike.
$4,500. That's it. Okay, Triumph Bonneville. They're moving quickly. 1961.
Next to last year of the pre-units. Looks like a stunning restoration on this. Pre-unit bikes usually do very well. Pre-unit Bonnevilles usually do very well here. Edward Turner, who designed these, is generally considered one of the short list of true master artisans in the art of motorcycle design. Such beautiful motorcycles.
$11,000. 11, 12. 11 bid, you get 12,000.
Along with George Bruff from Bruff Superior and Pierre Cherblanche from Ducati, a handful of others.
12,000, 11 bid, you get 12 bid. Anybody else at 12,000? Sold $11,000. Zach Valentino.
Okay.
193 of 57.
That's enough to bring that guy out of his seat.
Somebody get $10,000.
And a lot of happiness going on here in Vegas with good reason. Back with more of our live coverage in just a moment. Are we having fun yet today at Mecum's Las Vegas Motorcycle Auction? I think we are, and there is much more to come. Look at some of this motorcycle art that's coming up. And we're delighted to have the coverage for you on Mecum TV, on the Roku channel, also on the YouTube, Mecum YouTube channel. Scott Hoke, Paul Dorleone here in the booth, Ralph Sheheen and Hannah Lopa out and about giving us great previews as we bring you back to the live coverage with the next motorcycle, a 1975 Mecum MC400.
Yeah, Meco's known as real beasts in the motocross world in the mid-'70s. Made the most powerful 400 and 500cc two-stroke singles. Very competent machines. You'll notice that Mecum has its shock mounted midway down the swing arm. They found that they got a lot more fork travel, rear fork travel, if they mounted it farther forward like that. This is part of the middle of the telescopic fork, the fork travel revolution in motocross racing. And I don't know if the Mecum Braco reputation is deserved or not. Maybe it would break you if you didn't know how to ride a 50 horsepower two-stroke in the dirt.
4,500's a bid. All right, have it your way. Think you're Burger King? Got 47 and a half. 5. 47 and a half bid. You want to get 5 reserves.
Maybe it should be Mecum break you instead.
You want to get 5. You want to get 47 and a half. 5. I have $4,750 bid. Somebody give $5,000 just to help me prove a point. Somebody give 5. 47 and a half here. You want to get 5,000.
This is why you should be careful what you paint on your bike. The second time we've seen a bike get stuck at 4,700 with 47 painted on it.
Oh, that's true. Oh, you and the numbers, you are right on. I never even dawned on me.
Everybody should just put 100 on there.
Yes, exactly. Or nothing, and let's see how
it goes. Well, we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, exactly. This is an MC400 from 1972.
2 years earlier, same model. Nicer. Well, it's a restoration. The other bike was an original bike. A little bit shinier. We're already a couple $1,000s north of where the other one was. You'll notice the shock mount on the swing arm here is farther back. So there was a moment in motocross racing. I think it was about 1973 and a half or 74 and a half. I'm forgetting my date, where they moved the shock mount forward to get that extra travel, which is how they started winning races.
And that is a significant difference. Look at that. It's not quite vertical, but much further back. And you compare it to this one now from 1979, and you'll see again how far forward that the rear suspension is.
And you look at little details. So these are basically all the same model, but evolved. So look at the swing arm below the shock mount there. It has those gussets because they found that there was so much power and they were jumping so high and so far that they needed to strengthen the chassis because they were bending their swing arms.
The high bid on that one from 1979, I think $5,500 before they took it away. Well, here's an FLH Electric Glide from 1967, 74 Cube V-twin. Shovelhead.
Look at all that. All that everything.
Everything.
Much of a muchness, as the Shakespeare said. Extensions on the pipes. You've got crash bars. You've got bumpers on the front fender. You've got spot lamps, turn signals, and a fairing and a grab rail for the buddy seat. It's still about 400 pounds lighter than a contemporary Harley-Davidson touring bike, but back then that seemed like a whole lot of motorcycle.
I have 18,000. You want to get 19,000? Yes or no? You want to get $19,000? I have 18. Last call. You want to get 19?
Yeah, Mark.
Well, 18,000. That's your hammer price for that Harley. And we'll flip the script to the next one. And a 1965 FL Electric Glide.
First year Electric Glide, last year Panhead. Magic combination. People like landmark bikes like this, end of an era, beginning of an era.
Right.
The only electric start Panhead. We're already into the 20s.
Yeah, you know, in so much of the collector world, not just motorcycles, not just cars, the firsts of anything, the lasts of anything, or the only of anything just elevate whatever it is.
Yeah, it's all a numbers game, right?
It really is. 29, or it was 29. Now 27. That'll buy it.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, nice.
Beautiful.
Now, I never did find out from Willie G if the Night Train name came from James Brown's song, All Aboard the Night Train.
Okay.
Classic, soul classic. Of course, that only applied to the black version of the FX Super Glide. Some people consider this his first ingenious design masterpiece, because basically what he did was he took a big twin and he put a Sportster front end on it to make the FX line. Gave it a little bit more of a choppery look, although the boat tail rear end was nothing to do with choppers, and I'm not quite sure what his inspiration was for that. It was roundly hated. Everybody took them off, and now everybody's putting them back on as soon as they can. Because
yep, heard that story before.
Right? It looks like, I don't know, a 63 Ford taillight or something, and
right.
It's got its appeal, but the FX is considered Willie G. Davidson's first masterpiece before the family repurchased the brand from AMF.
12.5 is bid.
13.5. One more.
Do it.
Do it.
13.5. Now 14. 14,000. You're going to get 14. I have 13.5, baby. You're going to get 14. You're going to get 14.
Considered one of the first factory customs.
So $13,500.
And here today, that 72 Harley gavels for $13,500. Well, let's check out a 1941 Indian Scout next, Paul.
Very interesting. Normally a 41 Scout would have deep skirted fenders designed by Briggs Weaver, but this bike has military style fenders and taillights. So it's a curious model. I'm not sure if this is before the U.S. entered the war. So I'm not sure what the story is. If this started out as an early War Department bike or was modified
Somebody,
later.
I was going to say, somebody modified it perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, it's sold here today for $15,000. We'll take a break here, and the motorcycles will continue to roll from Vegas in just a moment. Welcome back to our motorcycle auction here in Las Vegas. One of the most talked about machines at this entire event is this 2004 Honda. It's an RC-174 George Beale replica, built in cooperation with Honda to replicate an amazing machine in motorcycle history. And that will be crossing the block tomorrow here in Vegas. And right now, let's send it over to Ralph Sheheen, standing by with a guy who has a very special place in his heart for that motorcycle. Ralph?
Yeah, Scott, it's lot 232, as you said, going tomorrow. This incredible 2004 Honda RC-174 George Beale replica. Now, Ian McLean is here with me. This bike means a lot to you and your family. Tell us why.
It does. This motorcycle was owned by my late father, Bob McLean, who ran AMA teams in the 80s and Grand Prix teams in the 90s and early 2000s. He bought this motorcycle as the original owner. We believe it is only one of 10 in the world, and we believe it is the only one in the United States of America. And he is the original owner. His collection has gotten smaller over the years. He sold a lot of bikes off, but I think that this is one that was most special to him. A 297cc two-stroke with 6 cylinders. Really a beautiful work of art.
And Scott, if you'd like to own this, not only do you want to ride it, but buddy, you just want to listen to it. Those 6 cylinders crank at 16,000 RPMs. Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I can't imagine. Ralph, thank you. Mr. McLean, thank you as well. I can't imagine what it's going to take to own that motorcycle. But somebody will have a chance tomorrow, and it is an amazing machine, Paul.
Well, I knew George Beale. He was a judge at the Legend of the Motorcycle Concours back in 2006, 7, 8. And lovely man, and boy, was he dedicated to motorcycles, making replicas of impossible unobtainium machines that exist only in the factory museum. Well, worked with Honda to make an accurate replica of this double overhead cam, 4-valve per cylinder masterpiece.
Right, and as you heard them say, one of only 10, that's the third of the 10 that were ever built. And so we talked about rarity a little while ago and desirability going hand in hand. So we'll see that tomorrow. In the meantime, in 1904, Indian single, the Camel, there you go, good to look at why they call it the Camelback Racer.
The Camelback is because it has the gas tank over the rear fender, giving it that curious humped shape. You can see these very early Indians. Indy, of course, starting production in 1901, and the first bikes had the engine as part of the frame, but the rear seat tube. Very, very interesting design, unique to, almost unique to Indian. There were a couple of other brands that did something similar. Brilliant design from Oscar Hedstrom, Swedish engineer who took a De Dion motor and copied it but made it better, and made his own carburetor, most importantly. And it was a very, very good carburetor, worked better than anything else on the market, made these bikes very, very reliable as opposed to everything else that was on the road in 1901. And that big tube on the front down tube is for the battery, and the coil is underneath it. It looks like a little rocket.
Yep.
So that's all that weight is just for the ignition system. It's a points and coil system. Batteries were not very good in 1901. Needed a lot of them to ride.
Well, we see the sale price here, hammer price, $26,000.
And it is a replica, so that's why the price is so low for such an early motorcycle.
All right, here's another Indian 4 from 1939, this one.
With the Briggs Weaver, deep skirted fenders, iconic. And the plunger rear suspension. So you got, and this bike has a much later front forks with a disc brake. So it's kind of a resto mod, I guess you would say.
Okay.
And 39 would not originally have had the Briggs Weaver fenders. It would have had kind of more sweeping fenders that were less deeply valenced. So you don't see a lot of resto mods in the motorcycle world.
That's true.
Much more common in the car world.
Very true. Yes, indeed. There's that plunger rear suspension, and it gets tell us how it gets that name. I mean, it's vertical.
It just plunges up and down on springs on both ends. So the axle is held in the middle in a little casting. And they work okay. They don't handle perfectly. Some race bikes use them, but they gave it up once the swing arm was adopted.
Well, here's a legend from Norton. It's a Commando 850 Mark III, 1975 here.
It's a roadster model with a small tank.
And just almost as quickly as you say that, it sells for $6,500.
Wow. Yeah, Commandos are not doing that well this week. So I've seen several of them go for around this price.
Okay.
So it's a new reframing how people think about Commandos.
Also from Norton, this is a Manx 30M from 1948.
And I think this is another Maurice Candy bike, which means
it is.
He was legendary as a tuner and builder and restorer. He raced from 1956 to 2 years ago when he had a problem at a race in Australia and ultimately died from, I don't think it was a crash. He had some health issues, but a 70-year racing career. This man started racing on the Isle of Man in 1956. He raced, I think, 5 different categories, including sidecar. Amazing.
$14,000.
A lot of motorcycle for
that,
14 grand.
That will cover this one. And it'll be headed to new ownership. Here's another Ariel Square 4. This one from 1955. This is probably, I don't know, half a dozen of these Ariels that we've seen today.
From each iteration. We had the early overhead cam.
True.
From 1932, and now this is the Mark II with an all-alloy top end, cylinder, and head. Love the way the pipes come out of that horizontal finning on the exhaust port. Beautiful bike. Hugely torquey. You could actually ride it in top gear from 10 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. It's was considered a hefty machine in its day, but it's still less than 500 pounds, which is a lightweight today.
So 21,000 will be the target number at the Bid Goes On desk once that Ariel arrives. And while it's on its way, we'll shift our focus to a 1952 Vincent Black Shadow Series C.
Legendary name, Vincent Black Shadow. It's got a nice North Dakota plate from 1953, a Yam plate, year of manufacture. As far as I can see, the only alterations from original are that center stand and the air cleaners, which are a good idea. And an air cleaner like that gives me an indication that someone restored this machine to ride.
And that's good news.
I consider that a positive signal that this bike is not just a cosmetic restoration. As is the center stand. It means somebody actually intended to ride it and
work on it and make sure they keep it in running order, for sure.
Exactly. And it's a beauty. Vincent prices are like the canary in the coal mine, though, for the motorcycle industry, because they fluctuate wildly.
You heard what you just said, right? Vincent prices. I know what you meant.
Are you a horror fan? It's a horror for some of the Vincent owners. A horror show. Because a couple of years ago, you couldn't touch one of these for less than $180,000.
Right.
And now they're tending to go for 60 to 80.
Somewhere Vincent Price is smiling. $61,000 for this from 1952. And with that, we'll check in once again with Hannah Lopa.
I've got a bike coming up on the block tomorrow, lot number S175. It's a 1994 Harley-Davidson VR1000. I'm told there was not one in any of the lots last year, and it's the only one here this year. This bike campaigned between 1994 and 2001. It was the number 3 bike for Pascal Picot. Now, this bike wasn't significant in race. It was significant in race history, not because it was successful. It really didn't dominate. Its importance was more about engineering and brand identity and the influence on production motorcycles. It really helped push Harley-Davidson into advanced high-performance engine and road racing development. This is a really special bike, again, from the Essenson Vintage Collection, and the only VR1000 in any of the lots this year, coming up tomorrow on Saturday. But today, there's so much more and so many more bikes to see. It's going to be exciting. There's so much history here, whether it be from stories from all of the people I've met today, and I'm learning a lot about these motorcycles as well. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll be right back on Mecum TV.
Oh, at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Silverado Ranch Road, it's South Point, a few miles south of the Strip. But this is the headquarters. If you are into vintage and collector motorcycles, and we're here every January, and even this year, almost to the end of the month. $25,000 here for this 78 KZ1000.
Z1R TC, what does that stand for? Turbocharged. Just like the Honda we saw earlier. But the Honda was turbocharged at the factory. This was actually turbocharged by dealers and sold by the factory.
Okay.
It's a Ray J turbocharger. Worked out pretty good. Boy, is that thing fast.
High bid of $25,000. The dealer installed turbos affect the value at all compared to the factory?
It was a factory bike. The factory did offer it, but the work was done in the United States.
Okay. So let's move on to another CB750 Sandcast from 1969.
See that black plate? Original California black plate bike.
Oh, yeah,
That's kind of cool. Interesting they didn't restore the license plate, but they did restore the rest of the bike to a very high standard. First year Honda CB750 KO model Sandcast. That means it's one of the first 3600. And, you know, there's a lot of originality here. There's even a scuff on the one of the mufflers, and the seat looks original. Very interesting. clean original bike.
The high bid here at $37,000, and we're told here, the consignor is saying this is a very, very early, maybe even the first week of production of this particular model. So
wow.
Still out there, still available as it heads to the bid goes on.
Last registered April 1984, which means the fees could be $37,000 too. No, I'm sure it's off the computer by now.
Here's a 2000 Ducati 996.
This is the bike that Ralph was talking about. A real beauty. Ducati really nailed it many, many times in their production history, producing some of the most beautiful machines in history with a 996 and the Elite that Ralph was talking about, the 750 Super Sport, the 750 Sport of 1973-4, often considered top 10 or at least top 50 motorcycle designs in history. And of course, when this came out, world-beating performance and inexpensive to purchase today. 30-year-old Ducati.
$6,500.
26-year-old.
Man. Yep. Amazing. Now, 999. Ducati 999 from 2005.
So much motorcycle here. Crazy performance. It's got an aftermarket exhaust on it.
6,000.
It's a motorcycle you could take to the track. And believe it or not, there's even more powerful and better handling today. Just amazing.
$7,500.
See the dry clutch in there. This is a race bike for the street for $999.
Reserve comes off at $9,500.
11.
Internet has the high bid now. And there it is, Katie with the internet bidder at $10,500. Let's go back to 1961, and this Ducati. This is an Elite 200.
Ralph talked about that jelly mold tank.
Yes, he
did.
It's designed
so that your forearms fit into the gas tank when you're crouched over in a race. And there's four little, see that? It's beautifully ergonomic. On the top of the tank, it's dented in. So those four little loops will hold a chin pad so you can scoot your butt back towards the end of the seat and get out of the wind when you're flat out. It's only a 175. Perfect bike for the Moto Giro. Very cool motorcycle.
Great look at that little motorcycle, $16,000. Well, want to give you an update and a heads up. We talk about the 303 staging lane, and of course, we are thrilled that 303 is with us once again in 2026 as one of our long-term sponsors. There you see the 303 Protectant. That and all of the 303 products will safeguard your vehicle, whether it be a motorcycle or a car or a boat or whatever. Safeguard them from the harshest elements that nature can throw their way. And you can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. How about this little Ducati from 1947?
This is Ducati's first step into motorcycle production. Check out that rear suspension there under the seat too. Cucciolo means the little puppy. It's a little 49cc motor. And Normally the gas tank would be on top of the frame tube, but maybe for racing, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't even think you could open the tank there. The gas cap with
that's
wedged there. But that's how little gas they use, Scott.
Yes. Well, you can just, loosen that clamp and tilt it sideways and fill your tank that way. I think they've completely reset the bidding on this little race bike for a minute, and we're at $5,000.
First generation Ducati. Actually, I very rarely see these for sale because these little lightweight bikes were often used up and thrown away. So it's neat to see one in complete condition.
$6 down, $7 and on the bed down there, 7 8. Good £8 and on the bed, 7 back at $8. Good $8
Well, there might actually be enough of an offset on that fuel filler cap to the left side of the frame where you might be able to get it off and fill it without much effort. But either way,
like the Chantlin brothers are going to take home a little puppy.
There you go, a little puppy indeed. Yeah, $8,000. Boy, isn't that some contrast that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 motorcycles or 4 with Ducati, kind of the backward evolution. Insane. The things that you will see here at this auction. Here's an XR750 from Harley Davidson, 2008 vintage.
Amazing. Truly one of the winningest production racing motorcycles ever built. 750 pushrod V-twin, unique cylinder angle. There's almost nothing you can interchange on this racing engine with a Sportster engine. And believe me, people have tried. I remember I exhibited a custom cafe racer version of this at an exhibit in Sturgis with Michael Lichter. And one builder, whose name unfortunately escapes me right now, had actually put XR750 barrels and heads on top of a Sportster. And he said he wore 2 holes in front of his milling machine. It took so much work to make it work.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. My goodness. Okay, here is another one. Same year, same model, XR750.
Awesome race bike. This was built for Roger Ryman's Grand National Race Team, which he ran from 2008 to 2013. Professional flat track racing bike. Love those snowflake wheels. So cool.
Those two both from the Ryman Museum collection, as is the next Harley Davidson. This one, 1958 FLH Duo Glide. Seen a number of these today, and they're all just fantastic. A little bit different, but fantastic.
This one has the sports solo configuration with a shorter solo seat instead of the chum seat or the buddy seat. But it does have those standard fiberglass fenders on it. No windscreen or anything. So it was probably started out life as a sports solo model.
Panhead V-twin. And hammer price of $25,000.
Good price.
Here's one from the Roadhouse collection we told you about a little earlier. This is an FLH Electric Glide. This from 1966.
I believe that's a first-year Shovelhead Electric Glide. Second-year Electric Glide, first-year Shovelhead. Another historic landmark machine. And that classic Harley Davidson black and white. And chrome for days.
No
Especially
doubt.
the battery box cover. Wow.
I remember building a model of, I'm not sure exactly the specs, but it looked an awful lot like this back in the day.
Is that right?
When I was a kid.
Ah, how cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's called building brand loyalty among children.
That's true.
Should be giving out free models to 6th graders.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I don't remember much about it.
Congratulations.
Who supplied it, who the model manufacturer was, but boy, it looked an awful lot like that bike. $19,000 for this one, this real life version. And now to this 1937 EL Knucklehead.
Second-year Knucklehead, Harley Davidson's first overhead valve production machine. Of course, they had overhead valve bikes for racing as far back as 1915, but the public couldn't buy them. You had to be a licensed racer with a little bit of history behind you before you could buy one of those, and boy, were they expensive. So second-year Knucklehead, very, very desirable bike. And what a gorgeous restoration.
Total restoration, yes. That is Delphine Blue. They've used a lot of original parts in this restoration. The forks, the carb, tank, on and on and on it goes. Just a magnificent piece of work.
And I am not an expert in Knucklehead details, but I know people who are, and boy, they changed a lot in the first couple of years. And the people who really know all the little things that change from year to year, I respect their expertise.
Just trying to get it sorted out and get it working more smoothly.
Yeah, little improvements.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. $100,000. Going to take a little bit more than that for that particular Harley Davidson, and we send it over to Hannah Lopa.
Something that I have not seen in many of the lots, if any at all, is a supercross motorcycle. I've got this 2014 Kawasaki SR450F. It's lot F241. And as you can tell by the iconic 2-2 on it, it's a former Chad Reed / 2-2 motorsport racer when he ran the team and piloted the bike. It was campaigned in the 2014 supercross season. Chad himself competed in 6 rounds on this motorcycle, 2 victories and 2 podiums before he was out injured for the rest of the season. Led all 20 laps at A3 for that second victory. It was career victories 42 and 43 for Chad Reed. A very cool motorcycle. I'm out here looking for some of my favorites, and this one stood out to me. 2 more hours of coverage on Mecum TV here at South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. We'll be right back.
Well, there's a little overhead flyby of what's going on the strip. Just a few miles up the road here in Vegas. Glad to have you back with us as we just get set to kick off a brand new hour here. 3 o'clock here in Vegas, 6 p.m. out on the East Coast. 2 more hours to go with you here live on Mecum TV on the Roku channel and also on Mecum's YouTube channel today. And as we come back from the timeout, this Jay Springsteen flat track racer just brings $25,000.
Springer's framer.
There you
Pretty
go.
neat. Rotax engine, 600cc. I hear these are really, really fun to ride for these guys.
All right, next up, there is Jay, a 72 XRTT 750 Road Racer replica.
It was a real framer, and now we've got Jay's replica XRTT. That's the overhead valve road race version of the famous flat track bike.
You know, what makes these bikes so special when you talk about racers is the provenance of who rode the bike. Not just did they win, but who actually rode it. And what makes Jay Springsteen so popular with the race fans, whether it's a dirt track crowd or a road racing crowd, is he was an everyman. Jay was just like everybody up in the grandstands, and he let everybody up there know it. He was not afraid to go have a beer up in the grandstands with the crowd after the races and have everybody down to his van and hang out with the crowd and have a great time. And that's what made Jay Springsteen so famous with the race fans.
Yeah, indeed, Ralph. You nailed it there, brother. $45,000. That's the high bid for this XRTT replica. It's going to take a little bit more money than that, and Jay waves to the crowd here as he...
Going to have to negotiate with Jay if you want that. It's a beauty.
And so while that takes place, we'll move on to this Woods Rotax flat tracker.
That's right. I think it was Jerry Woods made special frames. The original framer guy built frames for his Rotax racing engines, and they did so well. Harley Davidson invested a bit in his company and started offering Woods Rotax Harley Davidsons to some of their selected racers. As I mentioned earlier, I had a conversation a little while ago with a friend of mine, Mike Lawless, who writes about flat track racing for my website, The Vintage Int, and I said, so what's the story with these framers? There's not a lot of information on them. He says, yeah, we don't talk a lot about them, but when you talk to the racers about these, they talk about how fun they are to ride, because they're incredibly light, and they're very fast, and they're amazing to throw around a flat track circuit, or a TT circuit.
No reserve, $17,000 here.
Yep.
Very selective racing bike for a particular purpose. And $19,000 sells for.
There you go. Get a good look at it as it rolls down the ramp here. And we get to check out a board track replica, an Excelsior Super X 1926.
We talked about the Super X a little earlier as the bike that revolutionized American racing in terms of engine capacity, really popularized the 45 cubic inch category. And 26 was pretty much after the board track era. It would have been a dirt track bike, flat track bike, as we call it today, all-around racer. Of course, Excelsior did very, very well in racing in this period. Built a few overhead valve hill climbers.
Oh, sir, Kyle with Mecum. How are you?
Those
I will.
board tracks were very popular, but sort of short-lived.
It's because their riders were short-lived.
I know, exactly.
Incredibly
I'm glad you said it, not me. You're right. It was, I mean, you talk about the ultimate daredevils, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they called them murder drones. Probably for good reason. The life expectancy was about as long as a bomber crew in World War II.
35.
Two in front.
There are there's film videos out there. If you've not seen any of that, it's amazing to look at what they were doing on those board tracks.
It's like we've got internet versus internet here.
Perhaps.
Or internet versus telephone. Yeah.
And sometimes there are multiple internet bidders.
Well, we're in at 50.
Somebody on the phone wants that motorcycle.
Matt Morbeck says last call at 50 grand.
We got it. 50.
All right, Jamie McLeod's man on the other end of that phone. We'll expect delivery of that Excelsior fairly soon. That's always fun. The anticipation as you wait for it to arrive is good, right? Now another EL Knucklehead. This from 1946.
First year post-war Knucklehead. EL, of course, the overhead valve. Harley Davidson, their first overhead valve bike. They were so unsure whether it would be a success in 1936, they didn't even include it in their catalog. The only way they advertised it was if they won a race with it that year.
Wow.
It showed up in a few press advertisements. They really were nervous on whether the overhead valve engine would continue to be as stone reliable as their side valve bikes had been. And they needn't have worried because it's a very good motor.
So you mentioned post-war here. How soon after the end of World War II did Harley Davidson ramp things back up and get back to producing these now legendary bikes?
Yeah, about then, early 1946. They did, of course, continue making bikes all through the war, so through 1945, including Knuckleheads. Not very many of them. They were like for special people, doctors, and officers. So they really ramped up in 46.
$51,000. I love the teal.
Yeah, great color.
Fantastic color combination.
Tan leather saddle.
Yeah. And $51,000. They spent a little bit of time working on that bid, but it's going to take more than 51. So the bid goes on the Harley, and the 1966 Thunderbird from Triumph is next.
Thunderbird, of course, being the single carburetor version of the Triumph. The Bonneville had the twin carbs. What a beautiful machine. Look at that. An absolute classic. Light, fast, 50 horsepower, easy to maintain. And if you kept after them properly, they didn't leak too much oil. But gosh, there's fun to ride. My wife, Susan, and I have 65 Bonneville, and it's just such a nice bike. I'm not trying to wring its neck all the time, and it's been incredibly reliable.
Cool. Reserve is off now at 7,500.
Sold 75, sold 75, and those Paul got.
All right, so this Thunderbird is in the books at $7,500.
She's a happy buyer.
Well, this is interesting, too, because you mentioned the Bonneville. Now we have a TR6R, the Tiger, 1967. So where does this bike fit in with that Thunderbird and compared to the Bonneville?
These are both the Tiger and the Thunderbird have single carburetors. So not quite as fast like in the absolute top end, but in reality, because it was a simpler single carburetor, easier to tune, they're just as fast as a Bonneville. It's all about the name and the groovy twin carburetor setup. These are actually easier to keep going. Although nowadays you can buy brand new Amel carburetors to replace your old ones, and they're made of much better metal, and they don't wear out so easily.
Good to know. $6,500 the bid.
I'm a big fan of that green.
Last call. I'm going to go to the 7 pound high half. Sold $67.50. Sold $6,750.
Yes, it does work.
Well
for
bought.
sure. Yeah.
Well bought.
$67.50.
I keep telling my friends it's a great time to buy a motorcycle.
Okay. Friends, are you listening? Viewing public? Well, we consider you friends as well. Listen up. Paul knows what he's talking about. Okay, here's another aerial square 4.
In truth, I'm chairman of the Velocet Club in North America, and we've seen our membership among 40-something, late 30 and 40-somethings rise a lot.
Really?
And it's simply because the price of bikes has halved. So a $6,000 investment is a lot different than a $12,000 investment. And if you're a young working person, it makes a difference.
And I would imagine that if someone should go out and find a Velocet that they fall in love with and buy it, then membership is right around the corner, you know?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is a Mark I Square 4. It's a post-war model. See, it has only one exhaust pipe on the cylinder head. A lot more cast iron on that top end. It's not quite as elegant as the later one, but it's still a high-performance motorcycle. And wonderful design with twin crankshafts geared together. Totally smooth and very powerful 100-mile-an-hour motorcycle.
This is the first of 2 in a row that we'll see here. This is $8,500 for this from 1949. Ariel built these, the square 4s, from starting in 1931, and they had a nice long run, Paul, all the way almost to the end of the 50s, 1959.
Yep. Imagine.
All right, this one is from 1940, so a little earlier. And again, we mentioned it, square 4, 2 parallel twins, and it's in one block.
And you can see it's basically the same engine as that post-war model, but it's all cast iron on the top end. Push rod, 1000cc motor, same sweeping front fender. Neat motorcycles. They have a great exhaust note. Fun to ride. Plenty of power. Used to be one of the most collectible motorcycles, let's say in the 70s and 80s. Highly coveted because it was a 4-cylinder. But nowadays, not so much.
$7,500 for this one. A solo seat on this one as opposed to the 2-seater, the previous motorcycle. So we will break after that sale and return with more in just a moment.
Well, there's legends all over the place here this weekend at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. And I found two more of my good buddies, Jim Odom over here and Gene Woods. Jim, you sold a bike here last year. Tell me how about that bike is doing now. Have you still seen it?
I haven't. It didn't sell. It went for a lot of money, but the guy still had a reserve on it. It was a 1965, actually, 450 Honda Road Racer that I won Daytona. Or I didn't win Daytona. I led it till the end and crashed, but it's only one-of-a-kind bike, and it was here for sale and went up as high as $275,000, and the guy wouldn't let it go. But anyway, I'm just here with Gene for the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame, which is awesome, and always check out my motorcycle family.
Yeah, the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame is tomorrow night, Saturday night here in Las Vegas. Gene Woods is the man behind it. Local legendary speedway motorcycle race in his own day. We've got a great relationship going between Mecum and the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, absolutely, and that's thanks to you, Ralph. You brought them to us. And what they do is if you're a member of the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame, you get a guest pass to come to the Mecum auction. And it's just a great partnership for us because it's like Jimmy said, it's motorcycle family.
Yeah, it's a wonderful Hall of Fame. You can see it. It's down on Fremont Street here in Las Vegas. I got inducted in 2022. You were crazy enough to do that. We're going to put some more legends in tomorrow night.
All right, Ralph and guys, thank you all very much. And congratulations to Ralph as a Hall of Fame member. And I hear there is even more hardware coming his way tomorrow at the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame here in Vegas. In the meantime, as we return you to the live action on the block, CB750 1976 just sold for $3,500. Paul?
It's a great place to buy a motorcycle. Mecum Motorcycles. You should come.
Absolutely.
Las Vegas. Amazing.
Yep. I had somebody reached out on Facebook just a little while ago, said, man, I should have come out there for that. Yes, you should have.
Yeah. Or bid online.
Absolutely. 99 ZRX 1100 now from Kawasaki.
Yeah, this was Kawasaki's attempt to kind of recapture the old universal Japanese motorcycle theme, the UJM, with a pretty basic bike that's fairly naked, although this one has a little bikini fairing up front. Of course, these newer bikes are bigger and heavier and way more powerful than the bikes from the 70s that gave rise to the universal Japanese motorcycle theme. And actually, these proved pretty popular. They were well received by the motorcycle press because they're simple and basic and extremely competent motorcycles.
He's got 10 up there. We got the 11,000. 11,000. He's got there. We got 12,000 now, Greg. 12,000 now, Greg. What about you, Andrew? 12,000. 12,000. Greg, one more time at 12,000. Okay. I appreciate you.
11,000 on Chicken George.
Yep.
All right, 11,000. That'll buy this Kawasaki.
Immaculate. 27-year-old motorcycle.
Man. Yep, you are correct. You know, coming up is a bike that Hannah previewed a little while ago. This is a Supercross bike from the AMA Supercross season 2014, Kawasaki SR450F.
Pretty special motorcycle. Won races on this bike and a couple of races it won. Podiumed a couple of times in the one season that it was raced. That's pretty significant history. Not many bikes in any race series can say to have won twice and podiumed twice in a racing series.
$37,000 bid right now.
Of course, it's a very special motorcycle. It's not exactly as you could buy off the showroom floor.
No. If you could, I want to go to that showroom floor and find out what else they have, right? Well, the high bid here at $37,000 on that race bike. $1978 Yamaha HL 500 is on the block now.
Now this is a pretty cool bike. It's a SR basically architecture, SR 500 500 single-cylinder overhead cam bike, so it's a big 4-stroke thumper and a motocross chassis. Pretty neat machine. Of course, Yamaha also offered the TT500, which is more like a scrambler without lights, or an enduro without lights. They also offered a street version of it, SR500. One of the longest production motorcycles in history, 1976 till today.
Looks like they've added a few things to this one, Paulie.
Yeah, it's very highly modified.
Later forks, rear shocks, compression kit. Yeah, all kinds of goodies.
It's been upgraded. I bet it's a lot of fun because it's got that wonderful 4-stroke thump.
Yep.
Lots of torque.
$14,000 for a modified HL 500. Very cool. Here's one from the Southwest Superbikes collection. This is 75 CR 125M, the Elsinore.
And there's a whole lot of people out in that audience that started riding on the dirt on an Elsinore. This is Honda's first 2-stroke production bike. Shocked the world when Honda started building 2-strokes. They were known for exotic multi-cylinder 4-stroke racers. But they knew where the motocross world was heading, so they made a nice light 2-stroke and called it the Elsinore. Very, very popular bike. It's got a special cylinder head that's not a factory head. It's a racing head. But otherwise, it looks pretty standard.
Well, this particular Elsinore sells for $6,000. Next up from 2006, Harley Davidson FXDI 35, indicating an anniversary bike.
Yep, it's a Dyna. It's a 35th anniversary of the FX model, which we talked about earlier with the Night Train. So this is a modern reinterpretation of Willie G's mashup of the Sportster front end and the big twin chassis, and it's got the same black, white, and red paint job. I doubt if it says AMF on the tank badge, though.
Well, you know, it's funny. I looked at this bike yesterday, and I kind of had to do a double take because, according to the consignor's sheet, this has less than 1 mile on the odometer. Seriously, just push miles.
Wow.
Or push tenths of miles, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's essentially brand new and just sold for $14,000. A 20-year-old motorcycle with less than 1 mile on it. Can you believe that?
Amazing. At least it's not in a box.
Exactly. Yes. But I don't know if you can ride it. Maybe.
I think so.
Depends on who it is, I guess, right? I'd ride it. Here's an XR 1000 from 1983. Somebody's ridden this one for sure, and that's okay.
Very collectible bike. So the XR 1000 was Harley's answer to a lot of people's request to make an XR 750 version of the flat track, or a road version of the XR 750. They didn't do it. They made the XR 1000 motor instead, which was closer to the Sportster. And but they left enough cues from the flat track bike, like the twin high pipes on one side and the twin carbs on the other side, and immediately started a race series with these. Could be made to be a very fast motorcycle.
Okay, so that one has sold. We'll take a look now at a 1960 FL Panhead. Hi-Fi red and birch white color combination.
And the Hi-Fi red is original paint, and it's faded significantly. So it's now more of a Hi-Fi pink, I'd say.
It's so, yeah, sure.
I think it looks terrific, actually.
I do too.
Pretty cool.
That's just, you know, it's part of the history lesson with these motorcycles, you know?
Yeah.
This is a time capsule.
Yeah. It's been polished so much that the paint is worn right off. But it looks to be in really good condition, generally. Not rusty, just sun-faded.
Yep, that's the original engine. It's been rebuilt, the original V-twin. And they've done a few things here and there to keep it in running order, but I did not see what that brought. So either way, we will move on to this motorcycle. This is the one that you showed us at the beginning of the show. The 1909, incredibly rare. You want to talk about a time capsule, all original condition Curtis here, Paul.
And Glenn Curtis, the father of aviation, built the first airplane that would take off under its own power. He could fly it in a circle and land it in the same spot, which he did, proved, and he won a Scientific American Award for that. The Wright brothers immediately sued him because they felt that he invented the aileron, which is how airplanes adjust their flight in the air. And the Wright brothers had patented wing warping, which was twisted the wings instead of having a separate flap. And they felt that Curtis infringed on their patent. They didn't solve that until the 1930s when they merged the two companies. So it became Curtis Wright Aviation. But before that, he was a bicycle messenger as a young man and loved going fast. And when motorcycles started to come out in the turn of the century, he decided he would make his own engine. The engine he ordered by mail and attached to his bicycle was such a disappointment, he built his own engine, which was so powerful. It was winning everything. It was beating the Indians. In 03, he built his first V-twin. He would take them regularly out to the beach at Daytona and break world records.
Interesting about this motorcycle, $150,000. The current owner bought it in 2017. It had been disassembled. But Dale Stoner put it all back together. And so as you see it now, in its original condition, put back together, $150,000, I believe, was the high bid, will not be sufficient for that 1909 Curtis.
They called it a sympathetic restoration.
Well, here is a 1911 Pierce 4.
America's first four-cylinder motorcycle. Now check out that frame. It's got these large 4-inch diameter tubes that hold both the gas and the oil in separate compartments. The engine this is the same company as the Pierce Arrow Car Company. And the son of the founder of the Pierce Car Company was a motorcycle fanatic, decided that they should build motorcycles. He went and searched around Europe for the most advanced design he could find. He found an FN 4-cylinder in Belgium. Shipped it back home. Pierce's engineers took it apart, measured it. They decided what was good and bad about it, built their own version, started selling motorcycles. So this was America's first 4-cylinder motorcycle. Single speed, shaft drive. They also made single cylinder version of this on a shorter chassis. Amazing machine.
The reserve is off on this Pierce. Beautifully restored.
Pierce debuted the 4-cylinder model in 1909. This is 2 years into production.
Zach, what's he say? 80,000 a bid. 80,000 bid. 80,000. I'm going to bid of a 77 tear down. 89,000. Sold 77. Sold 77,000. Others the break. Here's Brad.
Okay, there is your new owner of that particular motorcycle at $77,000. A beauty. 1911. Also from 1911, how about this? Excelsior single. 3.5 horsepower here.
Pretty neat machine. This is the first belt driver we've seen.
Yeah,
this today. So it's a single speeder. The clutch action is operated by a lever on the far side of the gas tank there. You would move it forward and increase the belt tension, and you would start moving forward. If you wanted to stop, if you needed a neutral position, you'd pull the lever back. And if you're stopped for a while, you kind of needed to rock the bike back and forth. Otherwise, you burn the leather belt from the spinny engine.
Right. 30,000. That's the high bid on that Excelsior single from 1911, an older restoration done back in 1972. And with that, we will check in once again with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, lot 269 is a 1930 Indian 4 Model 402. Now, we saw an Indian 4 go across the block earlier today, shining like a piece of jewelry, and it did a big number. Now, this one, well, she's showing the scars, the bumps, and the bruises that come with surviving 96 years of life on the road. And some of those roads are probably dirt roads covered in rocks and a wide variety of different challenges that this motorcycle completed and beat over those 96 years of life. So the question you have to ask yourself when you're beginning your collection is, do you want something that shines and sparkles in the sunlight, or do you want something with the bruises and the scars of a life well led and the stories that come with them? Stay with us here live on Mecum TV from the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas and find out how lot 269 does when it crosses the block when we come back to Vegas.
Well, there's a look at South Point from out in the sunshine, the Nevada sunshine. We're inside the arena here as we resume inside of our final 90 minutes with you today. And our first look at an Indian chief, Paul. Paul's right next to me. I called him Ralph. Anyway, no reserve on this 51 Chief here.
Yeah, and this is a, looks like it has a Roadmaster telescopic fork front end on it. Or maybe it has a set of Vard forks. I'm not quite sure. That doesn't look like a standard Roadmaster, and 51's a bit early for telescopic forks. Neat bike. Big, deep skirt Chief.
And
21 grand.
It gabbled for 21, yes, indeed. Well, here's an Indian Sport Scout next from 1940 for us. 45 cubic inch V-twin.
This is my favorite Scout model. So, 1940, the Chief got a different front fork and plunger rear suspension along with those deep skirted fenders from Briggs Weaver. But the Scout in 1940 still had a rigid frame and its girder forks. I just love the looks. And boy, that sold for 15 grand. That seems really cheap to me. It's a good thing I'm sitting in this booth.
Well, yeah, but your bidder badge is right in front of you. I can reach it from here. So if you need to, get a little bit of encouragement, I'm happy to do that for you. Here is a model 444 from also 1940.
And there it is. You can see the plunger rear frame on that 44 cylinder. You see it has the leaf spring front forks, looking pretty glorious in black with those wonderful deep skirted fenders. Beautiful, beautiful motorcycle.
Boy, that almost looks like a really deep, dark blue. It might be, I don't know. It says black on the sheet, but I don't know. Beautiful bike, no matter what.
Yep. And it went for very reasonable $55,000.
There it is. Fantastic. Okay, 1926 Harley JD.
And this bike's done up as a little bit of a California cut down, which was the kind of the first American custom motorcycle trend. This one isn't chopped up. The frame isn't chopped, but basically riders would remove the front fender and chop the rear fender and put on a very light headlamp to lose 25 pounds and make a very early kind of custom motorcycle.
High bid there, $20,000. You mentioned that you mentioned your relationship with the Velocet Club. I know you purchased a Velocet MSS the other day. You need one with a sidecar now, right?
That's a Gerard GP sidecar. I've actually had one of those sidecars. I never attached it to a Velocet. Pretty cool bike. That's an MSS, which is their touring sort of engine. It's a little less highly tuned than a Venom, and it's a very nice restoration. It's got the aftermarket fiberglass saddlebags on the back. I mean, that could be a real touring bike in comfort, and looks like it's struggling to make more than $6,000. So that's a very nice motorcycle. In fact, a bike just like this without a sidecar on it yesterday made close to $12,000.
Should I get your bidder badge ready?
Reserves off.
Oh, the reserve's off. It's for sale.
I think we're good.
Okay. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Don't get me in trouble.
No, ready for any weather condition.
So fun.
Yep. $8,000. All right, here's another Triumph. This is a TR6 Super Sport Trophy 650, 1963.
That's the first year of the unit construction Triumph engine. So this is kind of one of those first-year bikes. It's also the sexiest of the first-year unit construction bikes. The TR6 SS came stock with those high pipes. It's the original desert racer. Kind of built for the California market because they were doing really, really well in off-road racing. This bike has great details. It's got twin chronometric instruments, mechanical, lovely. It's a very nice.
Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend.
And sub $10,000. Somebody got a beautiful little motorcycle there. 9,500 to be exact. Here's another one from the Mitzel Builders Motorcycle Collection. And Lee Mitzel. This is a 79 CBX 1000.
Super Sport. This is when Honda was advertising this as kind of a sport bike. And it certainly was in terms of performance, because that engine was very, very powerful. But it's kind of wide. It's kind of hard to drag your knee around a corner when the timing chest hits the ground first. But a landmark motorcycle selling for $14,000. We are moving along here, folks.
We are flying. Here's one from 1950, all the way back then, for a Thunderbird 6T.
Same kind of bike as Johnny rode in the Wild One. 1950 Thunderbird. And this was Marlon Brando's bike versus Chino's more authentic outlaw Harley Davidson 45. They say Chino was based on Wino Willie Faulkner of the Booze Fighters. And Marlon Brando was just Marlon Brando.
Right.
But he did ride. Marlon did ride.
Take a look here.
Well, this beauty sells for $13,000. And next on the block, or on the turntable, I should say, we have not one but two Huskies from 1972. They're 450 CRs, and they're being offered as a pair. So selling together, buy one, get one, right?
And they're not in a box.
True.
And they've been restored. It's what's his name? The tank guy?
Mark Carter.
Mark Carter, metal tank. Yeah.
And these are actually
sequential number, aren't they?
Exactly. These are as close to brother and sister bikes as you can get, because they are sequential numbered, built on the same day of production.
That's neat.
In 1971.
In a way, the heyday of Husqvarna production, because of On Any Sunday, when they were probably the best motocross bike you could buy at the time. Beautifully built, light, good suspension, great handling, great power.
One of these, and I'm not sure which one because they're identical, one of these was given, eventually given to Lee Marvin, the actor. So there's a little bit of...
wasn't I just talking about Chino?
Yes,
that's who played
celebrity connection here. So, again, you're buying both of these here for $17,000.
Guys, once again, you're buying the pair now. I've got 17 to bid. 18, yes, sir. Iron, you want to sell them? Iron David gets 17 to bid. 18. I get 17 to bid. 18. Pound under David gets 17 to bid. 18. And the reserve is off. 17, 18.
There we go.
Reserve's off.
$18,000. Pound 17, 18. 17 pound under David get 18. Anybody else? 17 to bid. 18 to buyer. I get 17 to bid. 18 pound under here now. So $17,000 to Laura.
Lot F2, 59.1.
All right, how about that? Two bikes, $17,000, and another very, very happy bidder here at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas.
Because buying motorcycles makes you happy.
Sure does.
And you even got permission to buy a motorcycle from me.
I did. Yes, I did. More on that later. A 1971 BSA A70L Lightning now.
Very, very rare 750 BSA unit construction twin. I actually don't know the production figures on these, but it's very, very low. It's probably in the dozens, if even that. You just never see a 750 BSA A70. Very, very rare bike.
Well, in this case, the high bid at $14,000. So a lot of work yet to be done to get that bike sold. We'll see if they can do it, though, if bid goes on. Back with more from Las Vegas coming up in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Mecum Motorcycle Auction here live on Mecum TV in Las Vegas. Coming up shortly is lot 286, a 1978 Kawasaki Z1R TC. So the story of the Z1R TC is that the Z1R was a good bike, was doing okay. It just wasn't selling the way Cowie really wanted it to go because performance-wise, it wasn't talking to the market the way the market wanted to hear it. So folks here at Kawasaki in the U.S. decided, you know what, I bet if we slapped a turbo on that deal, it would do a lot better. Well, Kawasaki couldn't put turbos on their bikes in Japan legally, so they shipped a whole bunch of the bikes over here to the U.S. Kawasaki U.S. then sent them to the Turbo Cycle Center, who put turbos on the bikes, and voila, Paul, all of a sudden we had the performance we needed to see this baby rocket not just down the street, but off the showroom floors.
Yeah, it's a heck of a bike. I mean, it was at that moment, once you pop the turbocharger on what was already one of the highest performing bikes in the market, it became the fastest motorcycle in the industry for a little while. It's amazing how quickly the horsepower wars took over the industry and sometimes left the rest of the world with their head scratching because not everybody needed to go 180 miles an hour, but that was what was being promoted.
All right, Ralph, thank you very much out in the 303 staging lane. Appreciate that preview. We'll get to that bike here a bit later. In the meantime, we're going to move on to an RZ500 1985 Yamaha. There you go.
RZ500 two-stroke. This is as close as you could get to having a Yamaha factory racer. This is what they were racing in the Grand Prix at that time, in the glorious era of two-stroke racing. Wild, wild machines that weighed nothing and had outrageous horsepower. And Yamaha made these for the street, but not for us Americans. We didn't get them.
88 horsepower for this one. Hannah, you've got more.
Yeah, this model unfortunately wasn't available in the U.S. due to emissions regulations at the time. So this is a Canadian market motorcycle. It's a highly sought after classic. You've got that really cool GP replica styling after Kenny Roberts livery, original and restored condition. And this bike's an excellent example of racing technology utilized in a production bike.
And it just brought 33 grand.
Which is about the highest price we've seen for a 80 sport bike today.
You are correct, I believe, sir. Well, next is a 1973 Z1 900 from Kawasaki. Very early production here.
First year of the Z1, legendary bike. Produced in secret in collaboration with American designers. And Kawasaki wanted to make something bigger, badder, and faster than Honda had made, and they succeeded on all counts. The styling is sexier, the engine's bigger and way more powerful than a CB750, and it handled better.
You know, it occurs to me that in the horsepower wars we're talking about, you know, you build the biggest, you build the fastest, you build the whatever, most horsepower, etc. You can only lay claim to those bragging rights for about 5 minutes until the next guy comes along, right?
Right. How many millions per minute of dominance do you get?
Absolutely. My goodness. Here's another CBX 1000 from 79.
With a custom paint job. And this bike was loved. It's got about 30,000 miles on it. Looks pretty good with a custom paint job and a little tiny windscreen, just in case you decide to utilize all that horsepower.
Sure. It's got a good look.
Some people are pretty attached to stock, though, in the collector's market.
Yes.
Not everybody.
Very true. You saw the inline 6.
24 valves in there under those covers.
Yep. And the high bid at $13,000. Well, a 1976 Harley-Davidson XLH Sportster is on the turntable now. This is the Liberty Edition.
And let's zoom in on that sticker on the gas tank. It's magnificent. It's huge. It basically covers the gas tank. The stickers themselves are highly coveted. If you could find one, an original dealer sticker, they cost hundreds of dollars because they're beautiful. I love these 70s graphics. Terrific. It's amazing to think that 3 years separate this iron engine Sportster and the 6-cylinder CBX we just looked at.
There we go. A couple of great views from not only Wilfredo on our handheld camera down there on the block, but Jim Lucy, who's given us the extra close-ups from a long way away. That's Jim Lucy's camera right there. And our man Jake Kilgus on our jib camera. We've got it covered from multiple angles, and our camera guys do some amazing work with these motorcycles. I got to give them a shout out. Everybody in our crew, really. But the pictures are amazing.
Beautiful VLD. 1934 Big Twin Flathead. Hey, I just learned Wilfredo's nickname today.
Oh, yeah?
El Huachinango. Which means red snapper where I'm from, down in Baja. But in Puerto Rico, it means it's kind of like a macho guy.
Yeah. You can find him on Twitter there, or on Instagram there as well.
El Huachinango with a G.
Here is a 1930 Indian 4, model 402. This appears to be in pretty original condition here.
Amazing 1930 plate from Nassau County. Looking pretty original. Don't know if it's original paint. Nearly 100 years old. But what a beauty. Very, very, very early production. Indian, after they bought Ace, they started developing it. This is Indian's own frame. The original Indian Ace had a single down tube frame, twin down tube frame that was Indian's own design. Indian fenders, an Indian's fuel tank here.
This is a former police motorcycle, actually.
I won't hold it against the bike. It's a beautiful machine.
Very well. You know, and you were talking a little bit earlier, too, Paul, about in the motorcycle world, how much collectors covet these original bikes.
Yeah, I think collectors are ahead of car collectors and really enjoying the history that you see with an original paint motorcycle.
I'm going to close bid with you at $125,000.
Okay. Wow, look at that. $125,000 is the high bid.
So you raised bid of $150,000. You own the bike. However, $125,000 will not get a bot. If you'd like to up your bid at all, I can at least ask the seller why he's here. $125,000 though is.
Give me $135,000. I'm flush. You're flushed up. You're good.
All right, you heard him say he's flushed. He's out at $125,000. So that is where we'll leave that 1930 Indian.
Beautiful bike.
Well, what about this 1948 Chief? It's right behind it. Here we go. Kind of a similar looking story.
Little bit of a mix and match. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they rebuilt some of the mechanicals here, but again, very original condition.
What happened with a lot of these is they would, after the war, they took the front fenders off and put higher handlebars and stuff for that kind of bob job style. So a lot of folks had to scramble later to put the front fenders back on, or maybe they rode through the rain for a couple of days and got tired of getting splashed. Where'd I put that fender?
Yep.
$16,000 you honor. I got $16,000. $1,500. David Adair, $16,000. Yes or no? Iron David get $1,500. David get $16,000. Iron David get $15,000. Bid down $16,000. And 15, 16. 15, 16, 17.
Indian wasn't even going to build Chiefs after the Second World War. They were gearing up to build vertical twins and singles. They weren't quite ready for production after the war ended, and so they reintroduced the Chief. They never did reintroduce the Scout except for a few racers they built.
16.5, the reserves off. Trev Morvek, our auctioneer, just said last call for this 1948 Indian.
Now 19. Whoa, new player in
Player 3.
And a new bidder in the mix here.
I appreciate it very much, buddy.
$19,000 here and a half. Sold $18,000 Travis.
Lot F271.1.
Okay, there you go. $18,000. On the block now from 1919, a Harley Davidson Model F.
Neat bike. Lovely restoration. Still has acetylene lighting on it. You could buy a Harley with electric lighting by then, but acetylene lighting still works, and you didn't need a battery for it or a generator. All you needed was a magneto, which is what this bike has, which is a perfectly reliable way of going. And you didn't even need a battery for the horn. It's a klaxon horn. You just push that button on the back.
Push the button.
And get an ooga.
Oh, I'm just dying to go up there and do that right now.
The kid in you is tempted.
It is. Exactly. You know, it's funny. It's so funny. That's the first thing when the motorcycle came around, to the side view, that's the first thing I saw.
It's not exactly compact. That's a big horn.
Right.
But it's got two acetylene tanks. There's one there on the back and one on the front fork. Very interesting.
Well, a high bid of $36,000. Did they open it back up? I think they opened it back up here.
Not done yet.
And they may be offering the Mecum rule on this motorcycle.
Was that an LA gang sign, or is that a secret code for...
Okay, he gets first chance, yes or no?
Ooh.
That's
Just give another 1,000. Just give 40.
That's
Somebody else
39,000.
give it 40. That's fine. Give 40,000, sir. Okay, Kirk, I got good news for you, man. I've got $39,000 offered. Would you like to take the bike?
Thumbs down is
would you like to let it
auctioneer
go?
lingo for 9.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Is it?
It is.
9, not done.
39.
Correct.
40,000.
Look at that. Ron
39 is
Christensen.
bid. 40,000. I do also have 2 other bidders waiting for the reserve to
Yeah,
come
this
off.
is
The reserve is off.
his consignment,
39.
and the reserve is off at 39,000.
Pretty please. 40. $40,000. 40. Higher David to get 39. 40. I get 39 to bid. 40 bucks for sale. It's right there in front of you. You just want to get 40, sir? Go ahead, sir. 40. 40. Higher David to get 40,000. So $39,000 for
Well, how about that? Thumbs down for 39,000 means thumbs up because that guy just bought that motorcycle.
Amazing.
That is pretty cool.
Welcome back to the Mecum Motorcycle Auction here live from Las Vegas. We've got a little bit of time yet to go here live on Mecum TV. Hope you're having a great time. Ralph Sheheen and my good friend Hannah Lopa here. And we both have done a lot of motocross and supercross races over the years, but I've never had a chance to see one of these actually race.
Well, that's because they only raced for 1 year, Ralph. There was only about 900 of these ever made during the AMF days of Harley-Davidson, and needless to say, it didn't perform super well. It's about 240 pounds, which is quite a heavy motorcycle, even for its time. Marty Tripes raced this, and he said it was so heavy that it was just incredibly difficult to race. Now, if you check out that back fender, I'm hearing they're very, very hard to come by these days, about $1,500 if you're able to find one. And it's because of the way that the Harley-Davidson Motor Company logo is embossed in that. But very, very cool piece. There's not very many of these left. As I said, about 900 were ever produced.
Scott, it is lot 177, a 1978 Harley-Davidson MX 250 going across the block tomorrow live here on Mecum TV.
Yes, indeed, Ralph and Hannah, thank you both very much. Coming up tomorrow, we'll have coverage for you beginning at 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 until 8 p.m. Eastern, noon until 5 here in the Pacific time zone. And we'll have it for you once again, as you see, on Mecum TV, on the Roku channel, and also on Mecum's YouTube channel. We are literally just 4 minutes past the hour here, and we get into our final hour of coverage with you today with this 1972 Yankee Z500 Enduro, Paul.
Well, they may call it a Yankee, but it's all Spanish. Those are two OSA engines mated together, 250 engines, to form a 500. Actually, the engine was designed at OSA's factory. They decided not to go with it, but one of their American importers says, I'll make a dirt bike out of that. Okay. Actually, he worked with Dick Mann, who made the chassis, and Yankees are pretty cool.
On now to a 38 Indian Sport Scout. Another work of art.
What a glorious machine. I'm a huge fan of Sport Scouts. I mean, they had terrific performance. They were with modest weight. They were raced, but the street bikes were just beautiful. I think Raleigh Free took one of these to something ridiculous, like 114 miles an hour at Daytona once, a box stock Sport Scout in about 38. He took a speed record on it.
Well, a high bid here on this gorgeous Sport Scout, $24,000. All right, now we move on to this C model single from 1931.
Harley Davidson started out making single-cylinder motorcycles, and the V-twins kind of took over, although they did make singles for a long time. Then they stopped for a while, and then in the late 20s they started making overhead valve and side valve single-cylinder bikes with magnetos or coil ignition, and they were called the Bs and the BAs and the Cs and the BCs, and for all the different configurations. This is a side valve single. The overhead valves, of course, became the pea shooter racer. Had a twin cam timing chest, which meant they could be tuned very easily. But the flatheads were more pedestrian, and they're actually really rare. Probably the only one we're going to see out of the 2,000 bikes this weekend.
All right, that one rolls down the ramp, and next up is 1948 WL Sport Solo model.
Sport Solo meant a stripped-down machine. It could have been a big twin or a 45 cubic inch flathead like this one. Solo saddle and no accessories. That's what the Sport Solo means. It was their most basic model. And this, of course, is the W series engine that was in production from 1936 to 1974 in the Cervicar. Stone reliable, not especially fast, but that was the charm of it.
And this Sport Solo gattles for 19 grand. So that one will find its way to its new home as we take a look at a 61 AJS G9A next.
Yeah, the G9A is the 500cc parallel twin from AJS. Of course, they have their sister company, Matchless. Beautiful machines. Reliable, smooth as a 500cc bike. Some people think the Matchlesses are sexier and the AJS are a little more conservative in their styling, which I would agree with. But gotta love the classic black and gold. You look at the rocker boxes up there, they call them the teacups. These cute little rounded aluminum cups over the rockers.
And very reasonable, $6,000.
For a restored bike, reasonable indeed.
Well, you won't buy this bike for $6,000, and if you do, you'll be arrested for theft. It's a 1952 Vincent Black Shadow.
This is a Series C model with the Gerduralic forks, patented by Vincent. They're forged aluminum blades like a girder fork. You look up at the top of the spring box there behind the girder fork blade, and it's on a little circular pivot, and if you pivot that around, you could change the trail of the front forks and immediately swap it for a sidecar rake and trail. Vincent's were totally hand adjustable. You could adjust the chains, the brake tension, the rake and trail, the rear fork, the rear damping, the damping on the passenger end of the seat. Lift up the rear of the fender up to change the tire. You didn't need tools to take the wheel out. You can see their big Tommy bar on the axle there. Totally hand adjustable. Some people say excessively hand adjustable for the Vincent model, but was an elegant and highly sporting motorcycle. Fastest production motorcycle in the world from 1936 to 1973.
Look at this, $82,000. We may not be finished.
Well, that's kind of where they've been lately for a really good shadow in the 80s.
Nice well, there it is. Yeah, $82,000 for that black shadow from 1952. Well, we're going to take a look at a motorcycle that's coming up a little bit later on. It's time for our Stay Bill performance tip, and this is a 1977 Harley-Davidson XLCR 61 cubic inch V-twin 4-speed, and as we take a look around it, it's been restored a number of years ago, and we want to let you know one of the most important things you can have as part of your stable is fuel stabilizer, and it's America's #1 stabilizer, and that is the Stay-Bill storage right there. Keeps your fuel fresh for long-term storage. You don't need to drain it every single time, and it will help you with quick and easy starts and prevent gum and varnish buildup. You can find out more at StayBillMecum.com, and that is today's Stay-Bill performance tip. And as always, happy to have them on board with Mecum as a long-term sponsor. We'll be back as we continue our final hour with you on this Friday from Vegas in just a moment. Welcome back to our live coverage here from the Mecum Motorcycle Auction on Mecum TV on the Roku channel. Scott Hoke, Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa, and our entire crew here in Vegas. And look at this 1961 DKW 115 just sold for $15,000, Paulie.
With the matching helmet. In fact, the next bike is the blue version. This actually got sold under 3 brands. It got sold as a Victoria and as a DKW, Sputnik, and
here's the Express.
And here's the Express.
Which, if we are to believe the name on the rear fender there, it's slightly faster than any of the others, right? Kidding, totally kidding.
They're all identical. You know what? People love these mopeds. I mean, they're actually motorcycles. They don't have pedals, but they're 50cc motorcycles. But look at that crazy styling. You know, they're probably the most excessively styled light motorcycle ever made.
You may be right, but you know what? It's the charm that goes with that.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
So early 60s.
And the funny thing is, they actually didn't sell a whole lot of these, but they show up here every year. So
yes, they do.
If you want one, come to Las Vegas and buy one, because they're really, really cute.
You know, it's funny. I think, and certainly we do so many car auctions every year, I think this is kind of like the BMW Isetta of the motorcycle world. You just have to have one in your collection almost.
I think the Isetta has one wheel in the motorcycle world.
Well, some of them do. Some of them have 2.
True. Some of them have, yes. Some are the 4-wheelers.
Yep. Oh, the hat. Oh, the hat. The helmet alone is worth the price of admission.
Interesting that the Express is bringing a higher bid than the Victoria.
I'm telling you, it's faster.
They are
Unbelievable. 17, 18,000.
See, it has a DKW engine there.
Yep.
All of them have the same DKW motor. Some of them were sold as DKWs, Victorias, or Express.
18, 17, 5 bid. You want to give 18? So, 17,000.
Thank you very much.
Well, I tell you, you go to your local motorcycle club event or whatever, there won't be many others that have one of those.
Nobody.
That is so cool. All right, here is a Ducati from 1978, a 900 SD Dharma.
So cool. Dharma, of course, was a legendary children's book character, Dharma the Tiger. And every Italian knows who Dharma the Tiger is. And Ducati chose to name their post-900 SS model the Dharma. It's basically the same engine, chassis, brakes, everything is a 900 Super Sport with different styling. Oh my gosh, 6,000. Fantastic motorcycle, great performance, lots of fun to ride, very reliable. And here you go.
And you've got the Tiger logo right
with
there.
With the Tiger logo.
Yeah.
Get a tattoo to match.
There you go.
$7,000, Laura.
F282,
So great.
1965 BMW R69.
Beautiful. $7,000.
Well, it kind of makes me feel better because one of our tech people came up to me and said he had a friend who had a couple of Dharmas in his garage.
Oh, okay.
He thought they were going to be worth a lot of money. I said, they're only selling for about $8,000 these days, so I don't feel so bad now.
Sure. You're right on the money. Okay, here is 1965 BMW, an R69S Custom.
Pretty interesting. Now, what's the most custom about this is the cylinder heads have been recast to look like a Rennsport racer. That is a Schwarzmeyer racing tank, and I believe those are they Schwarzmeyer mufflers? I think they are. The rear fender's been cut, the front bender's been shortened, and an air scoop's been put on the front brake. So it's a cafe racer BMW, R69S. Fastest BMW bike BMW made until the R75 came out. And it's as close as a Rennsport as you're likely to get as an ordinary mortal.
Sold $12,000.
And $12,000 will do it.
Going to Blue Moon Cycles.
All right. Very cool. On the center of the block right now is a CR 500R from Honda, 1990.
Boy, sometimes you have to switch gears so fast in this business, from that cool R69 to this Honda CR.
Well, and the Dharma right before the BMW.
Yeah, it's just wild. And, I remember I had friends in 1990 who were racing these. This was the hot ticket in 1990. This is incredibly potent.
500cc liquid-cooled two-stroke single.
Yeah, imagine the noise, the power, the wheelies.
You waving to a friend?
There's the expansion
Blame
chamber.
your friend then, see if you can get him to help you pay for it. We got 12.
Jimmy
13.
Landis is never shy
Got
when it
13.
comes to the bidders, let me
14.
tell you.
I have 13 bid. You better get 14. Reserve is off. 13,000. You better get 14,000. Anybody else at 13,000? You better get 14. So $13,000. Katie on the
Well, how
internet.
about that? $13,000 buys that Honda. We'll be back with more of our live coverage in our final hour with you today from Vegas. Stay with us. Welcome back to live coverage here from Las Vegas. The motorcycle auction. That is the Mecum shop. You can come in here and get all kinds of cool gear and specific Mecum motorcycle auction gear too. I love that tank t-shirt. Paulie, do you have one of those?
I don't. Where's my motorcycle swag?
We need to get you some stuff. Or you could go to mecumshop.com and check it out there too. But no, we'll take good care of you. Oh, man, it has been a day today, hasn't it? Lots and lots of fun as we continue with this next bike that's up on the turntable, and it is a 69 Harley XLH at no reserve.
XLH turtle tank, so called for the shape of the fuel tank. And the XLH was kind of promoted as a lightweight touring motorcycle. That's why they came with bags and nice dual seat to carry your bestie along with you, and that very limited production hood around the front headlight.
It almost looks like they sourced those bags on the back from the Plano Tackle Box Company, you know?
Probably the same manufacturer.
It might be, and if you're a fisherman, you know what I'm talking about.
Wow, $5,000. Where was
My
I?
goodness.
I was right here talking to you, and I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you were thinking about getting your Mecum T-shirts and stuff.
It's true. I was distracted.
Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, here is an FX bobber from 75. $2,000. You want me to keep track for you as we go through this? I know I'm going to get you in trouble, man.
You are going to get me in
Big trouble.
75 FX is, of course, the Willie G design, and this one has been turned from the chopper style into the bobber style with fat bob rear wheel and a small diameter fat front wheel.
Yeah, take us to school real quick for the layman who might not understand what a bobber means. What do you do to turn a motorcycle into a bobber? What does that mean?
Well, a bobber is actually a fishing lure. The real word is bob job. And basically you typically remove the front fender, shorten the rear fender or bob it, like a bobtail nag or a bobcat, and higher handlebars, and there you go. Open up the mufflers, and you've got a sports bike.
There you go. Okay.
Been around since 1934, the bob job.
Well, next up is an FLH from 1976 here.
76 Electric Glide. FLH. H stands for high compression pistons. Little touch of extra power. I'm rather fond of that paint scheme, the logo on the paint on the tank. It's pretty cool.
I like it as well. Very nice. Here is a bicentennial edition, 1976, for those keeping track. XLH Sportster now.
We were talking earlier about those that giant sticker on the top of the tank.
There's another one.
So cool. It's kind of a little Peter Max, if you remember Peter Max, the artist.
Yeah.
Very much inspired by him. I'm not sure who did the logo, but it's a great sticker. And this one has a sissy bar on it, or a backrest for a passenger. Oh, what a beautiful sticker that is.
And again, just $6,000.
They made a lot of Sportsters.
Yes, they did. Here is the XLCR that we kind of previewed for you a little bit during our stable performance tip a few miles ago. A few miles.
I like that.
A few moments ago, I was looking at the odometer. It says 6,300 miles on this particular bike from 1977.
The previous one went for about this money. And that's about where they seem to be about right now. So this is a Sportster, but it's the XLCR Cafe Racer, Willie G's design, trying to address the Cafe Racer phenomenon that was happening all over the world at the time.
Well, as you mentioned, similar money as we saw the other one go for. $12,000 here, as that'll wrap up this particular segment. 30 minutes to go for us, and as we get set to head to a break, let's check in with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, coming up tomorrow, lot 194, 2024 KTM RC8C. Basically, as it says right there, this bike is ready to race. It's not made for the street. It is made strictly for the track. KTM took what they were learning from MotoGP, built this amazing motorcycle that sold for about $42,000 brand new, and turned it loose to folks who wanted a great track day bike or something they could go race themselves. It's got the MotoGP styled winglets up here on the front of the bike to help keep the bike stable that KTM developed in their MotoGP program back in the day. It has 10 different levels of traction control and 5 different levels of wheelie control. So it was definitely not made to go from stoplight to stoplight. It's made to go from turn 1 through the corkscrew at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. That's what you do with a KTM RC8C. What will it do tomorrow? Lot 194 going live on our coverage here at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Vegas. Now, we got more coming your way here on Mecum TV, so stay with us as we wrap up the day in Vegas.
Well, we welcome you back to Mecum in Las Vegas. Jake Kilgus getting his photo taken for his own photo ID, I suppose. I'm not really quite sure what that is. But you can, too, get your picture taken here. There's Jake. Oh, that is awesome. You can get your photograph with a great background at Mecum Las Vegas Motorcycles. As we bring you back to our live coverage here in our final 30 minutes with you. A police electric glide from Harley, 1968. Paul?
Still got blue lights on it. I don't think you can ride with those on the street legally, but pretty interesting machine. Ex-police bike. Doesn't say which district it's from. It's been scrubbed of a lot of that, but still has its serial number.
Sure.
That's actually a pretty good price for a shovelhead, actually. $12,000 is amazing.
Okay, yeah. Norton Commando, $750 now from 69 here.
Yeah, this is an interesting bike. It's a custom bike. It's got twin high pipes on it with little megaphone exhaust and kind of stripped down. Got a little aluminum front fender, a little clip-on handlebars. Very, very sporty. Not what you usually see with a fastback model, which has the fiberglass tank and the fiberglass seat on the back. It's kind of matching the first generation of the Norton Commando. And there's been a readjustment in Commando prices this week. I have yet to see one reach more than about $7,000, $8,000. They used to at least fetch 9 or 12. So reset your expectations, folks.
I tell you what, it's worth bringing up $5,500 as you see it here. It's worth bringing up how important this event is in the overall grand scheme of the motorcycle collector world in terms of the expectations, in terms of where the market is trending on, Harleys or Bonnevilles or Commandos or whatever they are.
Yeah. I mean, you may tell your insurance company that your Triumph is worth $12,000, but guess what? They watch Mecum too. They do their homework. It's like, well, maybe not. Good news is this is a great time to buy a motorcycle. It really, really is. Prices are low. It's a buyer's market. Beautiful machines like this can be had very, very reasonably.
And on the other end of the spectrum, I'm curious your opinion about the elite motorcycles, the blue chip stuff, the stuff that has always been outre expensive and desirable and collectible.
Well, as we saw last year, a Cyclone fetched $1 million. So the true blue chip stuff pretty much retains its value.
Okay. And that is not unexpected. We're seeing that in the car world as well.
Yeah. And the bikes, and blue chip means limited production, always considered important and valuable.
Yes.
The problem with, let's say, a Vincent is they made 13,000 of them after the war, and that's not rare. They are desirable, but that's why they're the canary in the coal mine, as I said earlier, because their prices fluctuate wildly.
$10,000 for this Bonneville here from 1969. You want to talk about rarity. The next motorcycle fits that description, I think. It is the 1 year only Ducati 750 Supersport, the legendary green frame motorcycle here. They only built 401 of these in this year for homologation purposes.
So beautiful. And this was actually the fastest production motorcycle in the world in 1974. It was faster than your Kawasaki Z1. Good for about 135 miles an hour, but gorgeously. Look at these engine castings. Look at the Ducati logo on the timing chest there. Such exquisite machines when motorcycle engine designers had a real flair for style and shape. They just don't make engines look like art anymore. Now they just look like appliances, and yes, I'm complaining.
You are allowed.
But there is nothing in production these days that is that beautiful. That is a beautiful engine. I've owned several Ducati V-twins, and I just stared at the castings. They're gorgeous. Legendary duck egg green paint job, very odd colors, green and silver. You see the clear strip on the fiberglass gas tank. That's so you can easily tell how much fuel you have. Slightly problematic today with all the alcohol in the fuels and their tendency to attack plastics.
Look at this, 80,000 and the reserve is off. Two gentlemen here in the building want it. Let's see who wants it most.
Over there. He's getting weak. Give me 85.
Or 90. I like the 90. 90,000.
Maybe we should give each of them a foam sword and they can duke it out. Each hit is $10,000.
Yeah. 92 before it goes? Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will 90 do it? Yes, it will.
Beautiful motorcycle.
Oh, my goodness. Yep. 90,000. Again, 1 year only, 1974 Ducati green frame. Beautiful. Well, here's a little 250 Scrambler from Ducati, 1965.
He has been kind of upgraded with later plastic fenders. The original Ducati Scrambler had much different fenders, but the tank, yes, it's from a Scrambler. Very light, fun bikes to ride, pretty reliable, simple to maintain. Ducati singles are lovely bikes. Has those classic 1970s rear shocks with the cast aluminum oil reservoirs on them.
So $4,500, Mitchell.
Okay, $4,500. Get you 65 Ducati 250 Scrambler. Here's another Bultaco Persang from 1977, Paul. 370 competition model.
Neat bike. These were really effective dirt bikes, very popular because they won races. Super light, super fast, easy to maintain.
So $3,500. So $3,500, Mitchell.
Okay, this one for $3,500. They restored it with a lot of NOS parts. And somebody has snapped that one up from here in Vegas. A Suzuki dirt bike next, a TM250, 1974.
Early Suzuki dirt bike. Very rare machine. Very well restored. Wasn't the most highly regarded dirt bike in 1974, if I could put it delicately. But now there's a lot of respect for them as like pioneers of what became a Suzuki dynasty for dirt bikes.
Close bid at $6,000. Big goes on at $6,000.
Well, it'll take a little bit more than $6,000 to buy that Suzuki. Right behind it is a 1981 KTM 495.
Very early KTM compared to what people think of, although KTM was racing in the United States for many, many years before they were branded as KTM, because Jack Penton used KTM engines and chassis in his Penton dirt bikes.
$9,000 bid, $8,500, 9, 85, 9, high bid 85 to bid 9, they're now 9, and now 5, high 95, 10, you 10, down, down, 10, could be 10, could be 10, could be 10.
Creeping up on 10 grand here.
Super rare. I don't think I've seen early KTM like this come across our auction block.
You 9,500, 10,000 on the bid, 95, 10, 95 could be 10. 95, 10, 95, reserve is off.
All right, at 95, the reserve comes off. That's where it sells. There you go. Well, tell me about the next bike, Paul. 2011 Ducati Monster 796. Does the model name fit the bike?
Well, you know, I'm good friends with Miguel Galuzzi, who designed the Monster, and I interviewed him a while ago for the 20th anniversary of the Monster, and I asked him, where did the name come from?
Okay.
He says his kids were playing with those little plastic monster toys, and it just occurred to him one day, it's like, why don't I just call it the Monster? His kids were crazy about little plastic monsters. He said, and it became Ducati's bestseller.
Wow. What a story.
I know, it's really cute. He's a wonderful, wonderful man, and it's an enduring classic today.
That is super cool, and for not a lot of money, $5,000.
They don't sell for a lot. They made a lot of those bikes, yeah. It's a lot of bike for the money, too.
Here's another bike for the dirt, 2006 KTM 450 SXF.
20 years old, folks. Do you feel old? Look at those wonderful graphics, including the Red Bull logo and everything, of course. Both Austrian companies. Red Bull, based in Austria, purchased the formula for the energy drink out of Thailand.
17 to bid, 20 pounds on the bid. 17 to bid, 20 to bid, 20, 17 pounds $20,000, anybody else? For close bid, 17 pounds and a bid goes on at 17.
Well, that is new information. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the Monster or the Red Bull recipe. How
Stick
about
around,
that?
folks. You'll learn things you never thought you'd learn on a motorcycle.
That is exactly right. Back with more here in a moment. We are back in Vegas. Time to take a look at our top sellers. We've got a three-way tie for second with the 1926 Indian. Well, that's the Moto Guzzi race bike. That sold for $100,000. And next is the 1932. No, that's the Altoona
26
Racer
A45
that also sold for $100,000. And then our 1932 Indian 4 right here that also brought $100,000. Very, very cool motorcycle. But our number one bike today is the 1921 Ace 4. Beautifully restored. $127,500 for that inline 4. And Paul, we talked about it earlier about some of the really cool four-cylinder bikes we have here in Las Vegas this year. And there you see our top 5 with the green frame Ducati just making it into the top 5.
Yeah, no $1 million bikes today, but there's always tomorrow.
There is indeed. Okay, let's come back to the live action on the block and 69 CB750. Have we heard this story before? A Sandcast model, no reserve, just sold for $27,000.
One of 3,600 Sandcast on a CB750s.
1967 Honda S90 is up next. What a cutie this is.
It really is amazing what Honda could do. It's a little overhead camshaft, 90cc bike with a pressed steel frame. So simple, so light, sold in the millions. Literally in the millions. Still for sale in Asia, under license.
Well, 3,000 buys this one. And new collection awaits. Meantime, Kawasaki H2750 is on the turntable now.
Holy jamoli. The Widowmaker. The wheelie machine.
Yep.
Two-strokes have a tendency, if they're highly tuned, to have a wicked power band. So you'll be twisting the throttle and it'll go until finally it catches and it just goes wing, and the front wheel goes up and away you go. And if you're not ready for it, oops. But they can be ridden in a civilized manner, and boy, are they fun.
Yeah, if you're not ready for it, the video will go viral of you losing your motorcycle.
And you don't want to be the subject of a viral video, it turns out.
Not that way. Not that way. 29 is the current bid. The reserve is off.
First year 750 triple, two-stroke. This bike really planted Kawasaki's flag. Outrageous.
Wow. And it sold right there at $29,000. All right, we move on to a 78 MX250 Harley Davidson.
Very, very rare. 250 two-stroke single. As Hannah and Ralph were saying, heavy bike. I mean, just look at the leather strap on the tank. Looks like the belt from some biker.
Exactly.
Not exactly a light piece. And every ounce matters on a race bike. But Harley has a reputation to keep up for solid reliability, and that usually means weight. I actually have always thought this was a very attractive motorcycle. Love those AMF graphics. And fetched 13 grand, which is, I think they took your belt. That looks just like your belt.
I was going to say, that belt looks like the one I'm wearing. That's hilarious. $13,000 does buy that Harley. Here is a 2003 XLH Sportster, 100th anniversary. This is an 883R. 100th anniversary, Harley Davidson.
100th anniversary of the idea of Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson really didn't start producing motorcycles till 1905, although they had built their proper first prototype in 1904. 1903, well, it was a glimmer in the Harleys and Davidson's eye, but they did have a prototype out that year that actually they never developed because it wasn't good enough. But this is a Sportster model that is picking up on the XR750 aesthetic. And so the orange and black factory racing with the checkered flag on the side of the tank there, just to remind you that they dominated flat track racing in this era.
That Harley selling no reserve, $4,000. So in 1999, we have the Heritage Springer Classic in turquoise. Love the look of this one. 1999, man.
Matching saddle, saddlebags, top bag, tooled leather, fringe. What do you want? It's all there.
Wow.
Conchos, the works. And it's got a Springer front end on a modern chassis and decent brakes. It's a whole lot of motorcycle. 27 years old. Looking like a bike from the 50s.
Right. It's just got
40s.
that look.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
$10,500. You got it. 10-5.
Selling much better than most of the bikes from the late 90s, most of the Harleys from the late 90s.
Yeah, 10.5. And I'm not going to quibble at that at all, because that is an amazing bike for that money.
Yeah, used Harleys are tremendous value. Turns out.
Here's an Electric Glide from 1970.
Always love this pink paint job. I know they don't call it pink. Fantastic. I've ridden the green version of this, a 70 Electric Glide. Pushed it around in the canyons around Santa Cruz.
Okay.
Had a great time. When you're only limited by the footboards. Those are your audible corner warning system.
They call that, you call it pink, they call it sparkling burgundy.
Sparkling burgundy. You know, it's a drink I avoid, but it's a color I love.
Yes. It definitely works. And even more so for just $12,500. Shovelhead V-twin on that motorcycle. All right, we'll continue with our run of Harleys here with 1964 FLH Duo Glide.
We're back in Panhead land. 1964, full suspension front and rear. Look at that air horn. Great trumpet. You know, this was considered a big, heavy bike in the day, and nowadays it weighs less than the average 1100cc V-twin.
What kind of weight are we talking about here?
It's probably about 560 pounds.
Okay.
Something like that, depending on how many accessories are added on there.
$14,000. It's still available. We're off the air in 5 minutes. You want to go make a deal on that? You can do that.
If you see me on a blue Panhead, you'll know what happened.
There you go. Right on. Here is an FLH Duo Glide with the sidecar. This also from 1959.
59. Yeah, the factory offered a sidecar until, I think, in the mid-70s. Kind of amazing, you know? Now you can still get sidecars, of course, but they're not from Harley-Davidson. This is a genuine Harley-Davidson sidecar. Dig that spare fuel tank inside the spare wheel on the back of the sidecar.
Oh, yeah.
Plus the saddlebags. I mean, this thing is kitted out. You know,
ready for long distance.
Ready for the end of days.
Well, we had that last weekend in the Midwest and the South with all the snow and ice. And I tell you what, in all seriousness, man, our hearts go out to some folks who are still dealing with the aftermath of that. Lots of ice and snow, and we're not finished with winter yet.
19. Yeah, 18. So to set, 19. You get 18, 19. You get 18 to bid. 19 to back at 18. Get a bid, 19. Get a bid, 19.
$18,000.
Strong price. Usually a sidecar doesn't affect the value of a bike, but I think in this case it has. It's got some neat accessories on it.
Yeah, what do you say, everybody?
All right, $18,500. I think they're happy with it. What do you say, huh?
I think he's happy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. 18.5, good enough for a big thumbs up. And they'll ease that down the ramp. All right, a 1976 Honda GL1000 is up on the block now.
LTD Gold Wing. It's our first Gold Wing. We had a Rune with a Gold Wing motor, but this is our first
right.
GL1000. This is first gen Gold Wing. Without all the touring accessories. No bags, no fairing, no nothing. Actually a surprisingly sporting motorcycle. 4 cylinders, 1100 cc's, very low center of gravity. They handle surprisingly well. 4 carbs. Gold Wings are getting a lot more respect these days because they're actually pretty cool bikes.
9,500.
2009 Yamaha.
And $10,000.
First year Gold Wing.
Yeah, very cool. Final bike of the day today for us, anyway, is an 09 YZF R1 Street Tracker from Yamaha.
One more example, the fun bikes we get to see here.
Absolutely. $22,000 is the bid. We might not get to see the entirety of this auction, but we'll let you know if it sells here quickly. We're back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. 5 more hours of this world-class motorcycle lineup on Mecum's YouTube channel and on Mecum TV on the Roku channel. Will we see a close to $1 million motorcycle sale tomorrow? We shall see. Either way, make sure you're with us. We'll all find out together. For Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa, I'm Scott Hoke for our entire crew here in Vegas. So long, everybody. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.